Party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man, the number one Chief Rocker in Knicks Universe, Uncle Freezy. How y'all doing out there? How y'all doing out there? What's good, man? I see y'all. A to Z Media. What's good? Mr. Vince is in the building. Andrew College. What's good? Rich boy. What's good? I see you. Snipes. What's happening? Pudge Nice is in the building. JJ, what's good? What's good with you? Man, I see y'all. The coolest is in the building. All right. I see y'all, man. I see y'all out here. How y'all doing out there? Cap and Coke is in the building. Jay Singh, what's good with you? Salute. Joe Madden, what's good with you? What's good? I see you. Yo. What's good? What's good, man? Forzes Phil's in the building. Stephen Okongwu, what's good? C-Mac, what's good? Phil Jones. Anthony Barker, what's good? Ahmad, I see you. What's good, man? Salute. Eli M. What's good with you? Man, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. It's been a busy day today. Y'all. What's good? So let me first by saying, man, my pipe dream of Zach LaVine to the Knicks has been dashed. Zach LaVine to the Knicks has been dashed, but that's okay. Right? So for those that support, man, smash that like button. Support your boys, man. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed to the channel. Man, it's been a busy day. Computers want to crash on your boy. Computers are just like, listen. Hey, chat, listen. We have been working the internet so hard that computers are quitting on us. Like, that's enough of that Knicks talk, Uncle Freezy. Pudge Nice, we legit have been on so much that these computers are failing on us. Like, man, Uncle Freezy, y'all talk Knicks too much. Y'all are too passionate. Ahmad says 43 mil a year. Is LaVine worth that? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you. That's a lot of money. I know the saying goes, cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Don P, what's good? I hope Don P jumping up here today. Don P, come on, bro. As a matter of fact, let me throw this link in the chat so we can get started right away. Listen, I love Don P, man. I love Don P and love Ray. Love going at him. Chuck Allen is in the building. What's good, Chuck? What's good? Woj bomb. Andrew Collins J says, Woj just tweeted that Utah plans on rebuilding around Mitchell. No Donovan Mitchell for you. Bim. Ray says, did you put the computer to sleep or did you shut it off? Hey, man. I got a lot of stuff. Yo, look who in the building. What's good?
Yo, what's good, Uncle Freeze? You be over here like 24/7. What's up, bro?
765, 24/7. Hey, and it's because, listen, I ain't even gonna hold you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, I'm a little cocky in that I call myself the #1 Chief Rocket in Knicks universe because I like to get on here and chop it up with the chat and get the chat going. But it's not just about me no more. You know what I'm saying? I understand that people legit like to hear you talk, and Rayology and Kendall Rivera, Mr. Rivera. You know what I'm saying? Joe Madden, others. You know what I'm saying? That's why I get excited when I see you in the chat. I was like, oh, Don P in the billing. You know what I'm saying? I know it's about to get crunk in here. You feel me?
Yeah, I
you
know
know what I'm saying? The one thing, yeah, the one thing about it, man, is no matter how cocky you get and excited, you still have to be a realist. You know what I'm saying? People tune in to see not just me, but to see others. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get into this, man. It's been
good, man.
Free agency.
Love it, man. Yeah, love it, man. We love it. I'm telling you. And Pudge is right, yo. We grinding, bro. We grinding. Like I'll see like something Pudge Nice put in the chat, and then I'll introduce it. Not taking credit for what Pudge Nice say, but Pudge like share it in the chat, right? Share it with everybody, and then I'll say something like what Pudge say. You know what I'm saying, on the screen and whatever, man. We just get into it, man. Miss Geraldine, how you doing? Miss Geraldine is in the building. What's good? What's good?
Hey, shout outs to the chat, man. What up, y'all? I still love y'all. I know y'all been clowning me with my takes, but I still love y'all. We all Knicks family, man.
yeah, man. It's just a few. It's just a few. Man, usually how it works is it's usually 70-30. It's usually oh snap! Look who backstage. Oh boy. Celebrities showing up. Oh boy, celebrities are showing up. Let me. When celebrities show up, man, you know you got to get. Sub, what's good, man?
What's good? What's this, the Knicks afternoon drive today?
It's an afternoon drive. It was supposed to be a morning drive, and then my computer crashed, and then I had work stuff that I had to do, and it's kind of the reason why I'm a little later than what I anticipated being on right now. You know how it is, bro.
I mean, it worked out in my favor because your boy is off work early. You know what I'm saying? I got the rest of the day off. I started 4th of July weekend early, so I'm Gucci. What it do, fellas?
Man, I'm just cooling, man. What's up with you, son? What's going on?
I am hype right now. We got our point guard of the future. We got Brunson. You know what I'm saying? We got ourselves a stretch 5. You know what I'm saying? Money making Mitch got paid. I mean, what is there not
to got paid?
Hype about
Friday night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can do the game tonight. If we had a game tonight, it'd be dope. It'd be like the finishing, the icing on the cake. It'd be
if we had a, I swear, if we had a game tonight, y'all would have to walk me to my seat because I'd be pissy drunk. I'd be pissy drunk. Y'all be like, sit right here, Uncle Reed. Don't go nowhere. And tell everybody, don't give him no more Bud Light. Don't give him no more Bud Light.
And then I'd be the one that get a couple and just hand them off to my uncle. Like, there you go, I got you.
Hey. Yeah, man. I'm super excited. But let me do the call sign for my boy, cause he ain't used to just coming in here without his call sign. Everybody, y'all ready? Y'all ready for my man call sign? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's
let's go.
Joe Madden.
What's happening, guys? How we doing?
Man, Joe, what's good?
Don't get him confused with his uncle. You know what I'm saying? John Madden.
What up, Joe?
What's happening, guys? How we doing?
What it do?
Yeah, man. Hey, we super excited and crunk, bro. We're super excited and crunk that the Knicks are making major moves, right? And so for one, let me start by saying this. I don't know if what Mitch got as a free agent is what he deserved, right? But the fact, I'm looking at, from a personal level, I thought Mitchell Robinson was severely underpaid on his first contract with it, severely underpaid on his first contract. So the fact that he is getting above market value now on this deal, to me, satisfies my thing on a human level. Now, in terms of what NBA players make and all that stuff, Mitch has got to live up to this contract. $15 million for a dude that's 8'8", he has got to live up to this deal, right? But the thing is Mitch ain't 30. Mitch is 24 or something like that. Somewhere in that range. Mitch is like 20, 24, something like that. So he's got a lot of room to grow if that upside that he flashes is there. And two, all this stuff about a rift between Mitch and the organization is nonsense at this point. All this Tibbs don't like Mitch because Mitch was unprofessional at some random event, and Mitch, cryptic tweets, and Mitch said this about all that stuff is out the window now. Right? All that stuff is out the window because the Knicks would not have committed this much money to Mitchell Robinson if they didn't feel like he was a part of the future.
I wonder, is there incentives in the deal to not minutes, but like how many games played or stuff like that? With his injury history.
Yeah, you mean and so what I was going to do is once these deals become official, I'm gonna go to spottrack.com and pull it up and put it on the screen. It's once they become official, because they don't become official until the 8th. Like legit, all the stuff that you heard reported, such and such is reportedly getting. Nah, when all the stuff becomes official, we are going to look at this stuff on the screen and look at likely incentives, bonuses, base salary, base year compensation, and unlikely incentives. We'll break down all that stuff. But we can't until all this stuff is submitted and then, we get our hands on it.
Yeah. They haven't. The PR hasn't released Jalen Brunson signing yet, so that looks like that they might be trying to work out that kind of signing trade with Detroit to make that Detroit one big deal, so they can put Brunson into. I think some option that you put it into, and then they get like $10 million because it'll be under the cap.
Okay.
So that's what I think they're trying to work. They must be trying to work out, figure if they're going to work above or under the cap, because then that's a big difference. Because then if they operate as a sign and trade, with Detroit and the Mavs, then that'll give them the extra $10 million to sign some vet like a wing or something.
Right. Bro, I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm excited about. So okay. Let me get down to what they call the nitty gritty, right? I legit want to get down to what they call the nitty gritty, right? I think the Knicks right now, as it stands, are not perfect, right? Personnel wise, but systemically, I think we're in a perfect place, right? And it's because of the thing that Cully, shout out to the Cully GOAT, who is the co-host of Knicks After Party Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. PST, right? Last night they discussed Julius Randle, not they, but it was discussed on that show that Julius Randle's a ball hog and he ISOs too much, right? That's and that's opinion based, whatever. Because if you look at the numbers, that's not true. But if you look at the circumstance, like the Knicks need a bucket, what I'm saying? If you look at when it occurred, that is absolutely true, right? Like the Knicks are up by 2. The Knicks need a bucket. instead of doing the pick and roll, blah blah blah, Julius Randle hijacks the offense to go get a bucket. And the deal about certified bucket getters is you're okay with that because you want your certified bucket getters to do that when you need buckets. Because if the pick and roll had been working up until that point, you wouldn't be in this situation, right? But at the same time, and look, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen because I was wanting to talk to Coach Colorblocks about that last night, who is a great friend of the show, right? But I couldn't do it because I was away from my computer. Let's see, pick and roll stats team. All right. Let me do. Just I want to pull this up so everybody can see it, so that we'll have a. So that I want to do this. Y'all bear with me because I want to have a point of reference for us, right? I want to have a point of reference for us. I don't want to just say something and then have y'all just go by what I say, right? The 21 and 2022 stats. All right, so I'm gonna put this on the screen, everybody, okay? So that y'all see, y'all have a reference point for us. And I'm not gonna just speak to it and all that stuff. I'm gonna just put it on the screen, so people in the chat will know exactly what we're talking about and why we're referencing it, right? And so y'all will see it there. Right. Right. So you see the pick and roll possessions, right? Pick and roll possessions. The Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in pick and roll possessions, right? And then the Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in pick and roll frequency. Y'all see that, right? Y'all see the Knicks are 6th in pick and roll frequency. That second column, third column. Right? I don't know why they have games played listed as a column because every team's gonna play 82 games. I don't even know why that is even up there. Right? And that's not even breaking news that an NBA team played 82 games. Harlem Girl is in the building. G Robinson was good. Mr. Vince. So hey, y'all, so now that you have the data and the source, you see I'm using NBA.com. I'm using the NBA.com team stat database. So this is not something that I made up. I'm just not just making this up just to say just a random, sub, you know how when you host your show, which is dope, by the way, y'all intro was fire, bro. When I saw the picks from the Portland game, I was like, yeah, this is fire, man. I need to get me some game footage too to put in my intro. That I'm at.
Yeah, because you was at the Hornets game last year, you know what I'm saying? So you didn't get no picks then?
Yeah, I got them, but they it's like an amateur photographer took them with their phone. Oh, and that photographer was tipsy.
Yeah, you're supposed to take it before you start drinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, you telling me don't drink and pick? Uncle Freezy, don't drink and pick. Don't drink and pick.
Yeah. But shout out to my boy Chuck though for the beat though. That's a fire dope beat. You know what I'm saying? That's like, man, we get a lot of comments on that beat. Yeah. Every time that intro goes up.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man. So y'all, what we're getting at is there is a misnomer out there that Tom Thibodeau doesn't run offense, right? People say, "Hey, man, what's the Tom Thibodeau offense? Tibbs don't have offense. He don't have a playbook. All they do is go out there and take what the defense give you." Nah, man. You see it right here. You see it right here on the screen.
Yeah. We just didn't have the players to execute, is what it was. We didn't. Now we have high IQ players that can execute those plays. You know what I'm saying?
Freezy, them numbers there, that's the usage we use it, like the numbers in the league of the usage of the pick and roll or execution.
By team. It's the frequency. You see the black square up there? That's the frequency percentage per game that we use it. You see it?
Yeah.
Right. And off of that, Joe, think about this. Look at everybody else. This is what I want you to key on, right? Right? Mm-hmm. Of all the teams that you see on the screen, right? Of all the teams that you see on the screen, right? Out of this pick and roll, right? Utah is 46%, right? From the floor, right? Mm-hmm. Atlanta is 42.8. Chicago is 46.8. Sacramento is 42.3. OKC is 40.2, right? The Phoenix Suns are 45.8. The Dallas Mavericks are 44.6. The Indiana Pacers are 44.8. Guess what the Knicks percentage is?
37.7.
37.7.
So you're mainly getting that we run it the most, but we don't run it the most efficiently.
We run it.
That's our problem. We don't have a good power play to run it.
But guess who's deadly in the pick and roll? Jalen Brunson.
Guess who's deadly, and guess who's deadly in the pick and roll, right? And so it goes back to this because we can blame Tibbs and we can blame Randle for a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying that they don't deserve blame, and I'm not coming on here today to defend them. But what I am saying is you can't blame Tibbs and Randle for things that they don't do, right? Like if your guards and bigs are 37.7% in this base NBA play, then you don't need to upgrade the coach or Julius Randle. You need to upgrade your guards and wing players. Your guards and wing players are awful. You're shooting 37.7% out of the pick and roll, right? That has nothing to do with Leon Rose. That has nothing to do with Tom Thibodeau. That has nothing to do with Dolan. You feel me? That has nothing to do with Randle, right? That has everything to do with your pick and roll handlers and wing players.
And Freezy, the numbers last year we were up there probably last year too in the Mount, but the usage was probably a lot better due to the fact we had Derrick Rose, right?
Probably. You know what? I was gonna see if I can change it, but
when you look at it like Brunson, who's deadly in the pick and roll and who's more healthy, that next year realistically we should be up there in top 5 in efficiency and usage of the pick and roll next year.
And Joe, you hit the nail on the head. What I want to speak to is not that is not I didn't want to get into a town hall meeting about how fans deserve a better coach and a better winning product and all that stuff, because we all know that, right? Joe, you feel like you deserve a winning product on the floor, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And would you even state that or say that the fans are tired of having a loser and that we want to get up there, right? That we need to start winning.
Of course they are. When you find most teams go through stints of losing and stints of winning, but we're a fan base that hasn't really had too much stints of the winning. It's been losing for 20 odd years.
Right.
So that's where the impatience comes from this fan base who know we can't rebuild. We have to win now because we've been waiting for so long for a winner, or at least a long-term winner.
Right. And think about this. And this is one of the things that I also wanted to speak to. So think about this. The Oklahoma City Thunder are the comparable franchise with us, right? And they had the number 2 pick in the draft. We picked 11th. What does that mean? If you're a Knicks fan, what does it mean where your offense is comparable to the Oklahoma City Thunder, right? And they had the number 2 pick, but you picked 11. What does that mean? Don P, you got some insight to that?
What was that question again? To be clear,
how are we comparable to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but they get the number 2 pick and we pick 11?
They packed it in mid-season.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that's just where the balls lie. I mean, I can't really say too much to that.
Right.
I just want to boil it down to just luck and the fact that at the end of the season we always find ways to win games.
Yeah.
To take us out of the lottery. Well, I won't say out of the lottery, but out of the top 5.
Right.
But I mean, but why would you ask the question though? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious.
Okay. So I asked the question not because I have a damning ulterior motive. I don't do that. Right? You'll never hear me say, "Man, let me ask you a question," just so that I could put somebody on the spot. I ain't gonna do that. I just, what I'm saying, I'll just say what I got to say, put it out there, and I'll take all the arrows for the stuff that I bring up. Right? But the reason why I ask you specifically this, is because I would like for you to help me clear this thing up. Right? And here's why you specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand how many point guards does the Oklahoma City Thunder have?
I absolutely don't know. I could look it up though.
I'm just saying we're just doing this off the top of we're just doing this off the top of our head, and we don't have to be exact.
Yeah. If I had to estimate, I would say about 3.
About three guards that they rotate in there, like Giddey, Trey Mann, SGA, Teo Maladon, and they probably run pick and roll with some other people. Probably give them a couple reps a game to run it, right?
I heard I seen somebody in the chat said SGA is not a point guard; he's a shooting guard.
He's a combo guard, bro.
You can run them both. That's why I think he's so good. He can do both, on and off ball.
Yeah, and the thing is, when SGA is hot, you don't want him starting off with the ball. When SGA is in his bag scoring, you want him on the floor with a point guard so they can set him up for open looks. Right. Because he's not a flat out ISO guy that's gonna he's not gonna take, Jay Crowder off the dribble and dunk on him. He ain't that kind. He ain't that type of. You know what I'm saying? He ain't Zach LaVine. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is this, right? The reason why I bring it up is because the difference between us and OKC is OKC had a whole bunch of young guards trying to learn pick and roll offense in the NBA, and the Knicks, on the other hand, had a bunch of old guards running the pick and roll, and we got the same result. Right? So I would ask the question to the ether, if you know these old veteran guards are terrible in the pick and roll, why not run your young guards out there like the Oklahoma City Thunder did and let them learn on the job, Joe Madden? You feel me?
Yeah.
Why not give Miles McBride the opportunity to do that?
No, I was going to say Quickley. And McBride, I don't think is an NBA ready rotation player just yet. I think he needs maybe another year in the G League.
Yeah, probably.
But see, Joe, but that's the thing though. We already had a losing record anyway. Right. You know what I mean? So it would behoove us to at least see what we have in Deuce McBride.
But then what you're doing, then you're probably better off than I agree. You wasted time having Alec Burks doing it. You might as well have put Quickley in and have him, because then he's going to be a rotation player next year and you have him develop it. Like McBride, if you put him in the G League, yeah, I agree. He could come off the bench. You move Burks out of the rotation. You put McBride off the bench for a little bit. But I think what they should have done was develop Quickley in that role. Because I realistically think next year he should be the backup point guard and Rose should be moved.
Well, they did try to get
no harm having him develop in behind, just getting better at the pick and roll.
They did try to get Quickley in the beginning. He was just missing those assignments when guys were, Obi was pointing up for those hoops. Yeah, he didn't even find him with those split second decisions. You know what I'm saying? As the season went on towards the end, then they finally built that chemistry. But you can't put him and Deuce at the same time, because now you're having these young players making all these mistakes. You know what I'm saying? And we know Tibbs don't have the patience to let too many guys make too many mistakes, all
especially
at the same time.
Grimes at the sub. Not to cut you, because what you said is picture perfect. I felt like you read my. Am I that simple today? Y'all just read my mind. Y'all picking me clean over here.
I think he just called us. I think he just called us simple.
No, I'm calling myself simple, bro. That's what I was asking. I was like, am I that simple? Y'all picking me clean, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah. Now, what I'm asking, Sub, is this: why wouldn't you just have because here's the thing. Quentin Grimes at the 3 is terrible offensively.
Oh,
no. He's terrible at the 3. But defensively, he gives you high upside at the 3. Like, you could shut teams down with Grimes at the 3, bro. We saw it against Miami. When the Miami game on a Friday night on ESPN, the Knicks rolled out a lineup of RJ at the 4, Grimes at the 3, Quickley at the 2, McBride at the point, and I think the big was Obi Toppin, right? And we legit smothered Miami. Miami couldn't even get the ball across half court. They couldn't even get into offense. But on the other end of the floor, Miami did the same thing to us, right? How we beat them is our ball handlers were better than their ball handlers. They were turning the ball over, and we could get to and McBride could race to the basket in open court and score. But in half court, Quentin Grimes, I'm sorry to break the news to y'all, man. Quentin Grimes is not a wing player. He's a wing defender, but he is not a wing player offensively. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say he's a ham sandwich, but okay. Wink that I'll go with that one then.
Yeah, I started to.
I kind of agree with you, Freezy, because the size too. It's like the thing with McBride Grimes is he's a good defender, but he's not beating nobody off the dribble. He doesn't have he's a little bit of a handler. He doesn't have the athleticism. He can shoot, and hopefully he develop, and I think he will, is the shot off the dribble. But as far as like a real offensive threat, he's not going to be anything special. But he's mainly what he's going to be in this league is a 3 and D, and he can be a very good 3 and D. Like he could be a starter on a really good team.
Right. But
I don't like to
offensively.
I don't like to pigeonhole people like that because they're still young. They can still develop, you know what I'm saying? And he was a point guard earlier in his years. So I feel it's somewhere in there. And if he just works on handling the rock, I feel like he could, develop that part of his game.
So Sherwin M says, watch him in the summer league. Your opinion will change. Now, Sherwin M, listen, man, he's not the classic small forward on offense, bro. He ain't that, and he ain't gonna ever be that. Quentin Grimes is a functional offensive player at the 2 with high upside as a shooter, right? That's what I'm projecting him at. Offense. This is all offense now. I'm not saying his overall game. I'm not talking about transition defense, free throws, none of that stuff, right? What I'm saying is offensively, he is very, very limited. Because if you project, if Grimes could do that stuff that y'all projecting, he wouldn't have lasted till 25th. He would have been a top 10 pick. Right? Quentin Grimes
reminds me of Freezy. He reminds me of, Joe Harris with he's hurt and hasn't played this year. Joe Harris, the Nets.
Right.
He's a guy that could drop 30 easy because he hit the 3. But if he's not hot, you're not getting much offensively for him. The only thing is Grimes is a way better defender.
Right.
So he's gonna last. He'll do well. It lasts a lot longer on the court because of his defense. That's the problem with Joe Harris is he can't stay on the court because if he's not hot, not like Fournier.
Right.
If he ain't hitting the 3, he's no good.
Yeah, but he was ranked high.
That's the thing. Grimes could have more on the defensive end.
See, I would say this about Quentin Grimes. I've been one of those people who would say, his potential is like Klay Thompson. I get it. I get it if that's too extreme. But just the fact that he came over with a solid foundation of playing great perimeter defense, something that we just don't have on the Knicks like that. Yeah, I'm kind of reserving judgment now to see what he can develop into with that defense as his foundation. And I tend to compare him to, great players where their defense was their foundation first, and then they learned everything else afterwards. So that's why I kind of compared him potential wise to Klay Thompson. Not that he's going to be anywhere now, but I think he will have an impact on our team in that way, in terms of defending and knocking down 3-point shots and having people chase them off screens.
Okay.
I could see Grimes getting into the starting rotation early. I think with the right now, if there's no other move saying this is we stand pat, I think after the first 2-3 weeks they're going to see Fournier and Brunson defensively. He's not going to work on Grimes. They'll put Fournier on the bench and Grimes will go in just because that defense. And I think then he has then a role and he'll keep a starting role.
Yeah, we see that as fans
of defense. And if he can hit shots, even better.
And on Freezy, you said something interesting. You said something about Grimes not being a small forward. I think everybody knows he's a 2, but what make you say that he's a small forward?
Because when you put him on because the thing is, you can't have him be a primary ball handler, right?
Right.
So you got to put guards on the floor with him, because you can't have one ball handler on the floor to get trapped. And you remember when the Heat used to beat us with Jeremy Lin? Remember we would have Jeremy Lin on the floor with Landry Fields or Flight White or somebody or whoever, right, and they would just trap the primary ball handler, and then you got 4 other dudes that can't dribble or pass. That's how teams used to beat us. It wasn't because Jeremy Lin sucked or because Landry Fields sucked as a player. It's because teams knew what the weakness was, right? And they pushed you towards your weaknesses instead of your strengths. Landry Fields was athletic defender that could shoot, right?
Right.
Quentin Grimes is a defender that can shoot, but when you force him to be a secondary playmaker, he ain't that. That's why you got to put another guard on the floor with him and bump him off the ball, right?
Do you think he's a liability on the offensive side of the floor?
No, not a total liability. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is as long as you play to his strengths, he's good. Just like most people in life. Like for instance, I understand that Joe Madden is a counterpuncher in these chats, and what that means is I'm not gonna force Joe Madden to create content, right? But if I keep bringing up stuff, Joe gonna jump in and be smart about the stuff that he hearing and reply to it, right? So instead of saying, Joe, come in here and do such and such, I ain't gonna do that. Because my experience with Joe is that as long as you got a halfway decent topic, he can thrive with that. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with Don P. As long as I bring up a halfway decent topic, these dudes gonna come in and high step like Deion Sanders on these topics. No matter how basic the topic is, they'll thrive on that, right? It's the same thing with Grimes, right? As long as you keep it simple for Grimes, like Grimes, go out here and knock down these corner threes, catch and shoot, catch and shoot, catch and shoot, catch and shoot. He good. You know what I'm saying? Now, but if you talking about Grimes, go out here and take Chris Paul off the dribble. Now you're like, not really. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, now you want Grimes to take Kentavious Caldwell-Pope off the dribble. Grimes, take Danny Green off the dribble. Take Matisse Thybulle off the dribble. We need a bucket. Nah, Grimes ain't that, bro. He ain't gonna never be that, in my opinion.
No,
right?
No.
But what he will do is when Randle was double teamed or RJ penetrates the paint, Grimes will relocate to the open area and get an open look for 3 and knock that down. And that's what you want. Right? Sub, you agree?
I don't know if it was my phone or your phone. I mean, or yours, but you're in and out. That's probably on my end. But I feel like what makes it so enticing is that he doesn't have that pressure on him when he's running with the first unit because all eyes will be on Brunson. You know what I'm saying? All eyes will be on Julius Randle. There's no double team, and all he has to do is catch and shoot at that point while just playing his defense. You know, he just kind of flies under the radar. You know, that's kind of how I would see it. You know, he doesn't really need the ball in his hand. You know, we already have a lot of high usage players on the starting lineup anyways, so he could just, you know, get his own buckets on kickouts when the defense collapses. Things like that, or just running around screens on curl outs and just, you know, getting those spot up shots. You know, that's how I would use them. You know, and then you're not hurting on defense as you would with the Fournier. You'd have you know, Grimes and RJ out there. So that's, to me, that's why it makes sense, and it probably makes sense to a lot of us Knicks fans that way. But we're talking about Tibbs, we're talking about Fournier being a proven player, $18 million a year. You gotta kind of, you know, start him to see what he could do alongside. But I just feel like it'll be a disaster with the Kemba and Fournier situation all over again last year. You know, why not just start him in the beginning and see what's up? Or if that, you know, in preseason, if you can see that in preseason and it's not working, then just make the move sooner rather than later.
Right.
Well,
No doubt.
Well, see, I wanna state something. Well, since we got Jalen Brunson, we all know he's gonna be the primary ball handler, or at least he should be, right? Who else would be the primary ball handler? Wouldn't it be RJ?
Wait. Let me. You got to state that different. Like, what do you mean? Who else would be the primary ball handler? Because if you got one already, that means the other person on the floor would be the secondary ball handler.
Yeah, secondary ball handler. Right. You're right.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, it can't be two alphas, right?
Right.
But yeah. So the secondary ball handler would ideally be RJ, correct?
What's your person? Are you talking about just a starting lineup? Are you talking about?
Yeah, just like a starting lineup, because RJ, it seems as though RJ is going to be pigeon-toed to the 3 instead of the 2. That's what it's looking like.
Okay, so ideally, shout out Cash. Cash, what's good, bro? How you doing?
Hey, what's good? What's up, chat? What's up?
Hey,
what's up,
and Sin Miz is in the building. What's up, brother? Sin Miz is in the building. So to your question. We would look at a scenario where Brunson is the primary ball handler at the point. RJ Barrett will be the secondary ball handler at the 3, right? Fournier is a tertiary ball handler, maybe the 3rd or 4th ball handler. And then you have Randle, who will be a tertiary ball handler also. So now you got 4 guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot, right? And Tibbs likes to run the pick and roll out of this 1-4 motion set, which ideally benefits us because unlike most teams, we have a big power forward that can dribble, pass, and shoot, right? And so you get in that situation where it's like now all the ball handling duties don't fall on one person. Like, for instance, if Brunson is having a rough stretch, you could give RJ some, you know what I'm saying? You can give Fournier some touch. You can give Randle some touch. And until Brunson, you know, kicks it into gear. And everybody goes through this, bro. Even Michael Jordan had a point guard. So before y'all say, Brunson wasn't brought in here even Michael Jordan had a point guard and a point forward in Scottie Pippen. So don't think I'm knocking Brunson, because I'm not. It happens to everybody during the course of a game.
What's nice about that is, though, if they want to push the pace and then Randle grabs the board, he could go not just coast to coast, but he could go fly down there, bring the ball up while Brunson posts up in the low block, because Brunson is a good a post player. So you could kind of flip it and have Randle bringing the ball up and let Brunson go to work down in the post. You know what I'm saying? Since he's strong enough to get, you know, go up against other point guards, so you can play that in and out.
And Randle is an accurate passer. Randle is a very accurate. But I'll give you an example. Who is the better passer, Anthony Davis or Julius Randle? Julius Randle.
Julius Randle.
Who is a more accurate passer, Jay Crowder or Julius Randle?
Julius Randle.
Julius Randle. Who's a more accurate passer, Giannis Antetokounmpo or Julius Randle? Julius
Giannis.
Randle.
Is it
Who
Julius?
was our
Randle.
leading assist
Yes.
player with the Knicks
Okay.
last year?
Julius Randle. Right. You're right.
And that's the thing with me with Julius is like with Brunson coming in, he can use that as a secondary skill. Like I think them bringing Brunson in now is using Randle. Go get us buckets. Do what you do best. You get to the paint, score. And you have that playmaking as a second option from the inside. Could be lethal if Randle uses it right or is consistent or just gets his head right. Like this could work.
Right, Joe, and to your point, man, I think last season everybody was used in the wrong role. Everybody, including RJ Barrett and Julius Randle. Everybody was used because here's the thing, and here's the thing I wanted to bring to y'all attention. I couldn't wait to get on today to talk to y'all. For one, to be real, I just like talking and kicking it with y'all. And I know it sounds super soft on the internet. This dude said he liked talking to me and kicking it on the internet like talking Knicks. Hey, it is what it is, bro. We just kicking it, right? You know how some people be like, yo, that's mad soft. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I just like talking to y'all and kicking it on the internet with y'all, man, talking Knicks and stuff. But here's a point. Here's a point that I want to point out to y'all. Y'all remember Randle? Remember when we used to call him Baseline Randle? Y'all remember Baseline Randle? Y'all remember when Randle used to catch the ball off the left block and ISO and do that fadeaway on the baseline? Y'all remember that Randle? Who used to kill dudes like Anthony Davis and Tobias Harris? You remember how he used to eat Tobias Harris down there on that left block doing that fadeaway? Right.
Yo, he was doing step backs in that area, going to the three and everything. Like the stuff he was doing from that space was just lethal. Like he was LeBron James-esque that year.
Yeah.
But the thing with that is, Freezy, though, he had D Rose on the floor with him, so he wasn't trying to do as much.
Right.
So now I think most of last year, when it's a big difference when you have Alec Burks trying to get him the ball than D Rose. Right. So that has an effect. And then I think when the efficiency too was a big effect.
Yeah, it's about the guard being able to get you in your sweet spot.
Well, and Cash, okay, I just want to finish this thing about Baseline Randle, and I'm gonna get out of the way, right? Just the reason why I brought it up is I wanted to get to a certain point, but then I didn't get a chance to finish the thought on it, right? The thing is with Baseline Randle, could cook from there, but then teams knew you couldn't stop Randle from being Baseline Randle, so they started trapping him. And when you trap on one side of the floor, he couldn't make the passes to the other side of the floor because we didn't have elite athletes and we didn't have people that relocated well. It's one of the reasons why the Knicks drafted Quentin Grimes, because Quentin Grimes can relocate in an offense. He can relocate well for his shot. But previous to that, we had dudes that couldn't relocate well, right? So with our guards being trashed, they moved Randle to the middle of the floor, top of the key, right? So they took him out of his sweet spot and put him at the top of the key. Y'all know top of the key, Randle. Y'all know it. And he frustrated y'all. Y'all like, why Randle keep taking these mid-ranges from the top of the key? That's trash, man. All he do is jack up shots from right there. Yeah. But when he was Baseline Randle cooking people, teams couldn't stop him, right? But at the same time, the league made an adjustment on Randle, forced him out of that spot, forced him to the top of the key, and he wasn't as efficient. But now that you bring in Brunson and hopefully two or three other offensive players, two-way players, Randle can go back to being Baseline Randle, right? Baseline Randle. Let Randle get it in the spots that he likes, right? And then you'll get a more efficient version of Julius Randle. My bad, Cash. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I just wanted to finish my thought on that.
No, it's okay. No, I was just going to say, in terms of getting guys in position and getting them to their spots, now we have a guard that's capable of doing that. And so, yeah, that is going to help Randle in terms of him being on the low block. I mean, being on the low block, if we still have him, I mean, no one's going to stop him. I would say in terms of him being at the top of the key, he could still be effective, and I think that was the reason why they tried that. But again, you have to have the right guard to get the guys in the spots, and then it also too is going to depend on the personnel that you have on the floor. A starting lineup of say Brunson, Grimes, RJ, Randle, and Mitchell can get it done. I mean, it's kind of tough because we know that defensively they're gonna attack Brunson, and so he needs a defensive complement to help him. Grimes would be the ideal fit, but then that puts RJ at the 3. So I don't know how that structure is gonna work out. But if we are to keep Fournier, he's definitely gonna have to be beyond the shadow of a doubt is gonna have to come off the bench. Fournier should not start under any circumstances. Put him with Mobb Deep. He would be better with the second unit.
Oh no, it's already started now. I see Fournier is gonna be the scapegoat. We was mad at Burks last year for being that Swiss Army knife and blaming him for playing out of position. Now all the heat's gonna be on Fournier because those other guys are gone. You know what I'm saying? He's the last one of those vets that got signed. But I'm with you though.
But Fournier's our best shooter, and put him in the position that he is. He's a shooter. Put him with that second unit that runs. He could easily be a trailer coming down the court, and he will be clearly open for that 3, because we know once the ball comes off the board, Obi's going to be sprinting. I think that second unit is going to be devastating because of Hartenstein. Now I don't know if anybody did their homework on this kid Hartenstein. He's good. He's good. He's gonna help us a lot off the bench because he's gonna bring elements that we don't have. We're finally gonna have a big that can shoot, at least shoot the 3-pointer. We're also gonna have a big that passes well. He's an excellent passer off the high post. I mean, I don't know if anybody's looked up, did any film with him. And then he's also a 7-footer. So he definitely is a good backup for Mitch. He offers a different element, something that we don't have. And I think he'll blend in well with him and IQ and Cam. And so I think that's going to work out and be a very good, productive bench.
Yeah, he'll be Tibbs' Joakim Noah. You know what I'm saying? He'll be on the charity stripe, facilitating from there and finding guys in their spots and guys like RJ Cutting. Because I feel like he won't only be with the second unit, though, but he'll get some run with the first unit because, Mitch can't play that whole quarter starting. You know what I'm saying? He'll probably get in foul trouble or just be gassed because
he can change the whole dynamic. Now I want to tie in Freezy's point to that. Now, in terms of the high post, Hartenstein can play the high post, and Julius can go to that block, to that low block, because then they have to pick their poison because Hartenstein's a good passer, and he can shoot the mid-range. He can shoot that 15-foot shot. So you either, if you double down on Julius, he's right there at the high post. You can pass it back out to him. And then, if you got a couple of shooters on the floor, it's like at least the way it's set up currently construction, we pose a threat. Now, in our, last year, no one was really a threat. No one was a threat. So if you have a threat, it makes the defense has to respect that. And then, of course, if we move the ball, keep the ball moving, which is also important, then that provides, hopefully some better offensive efficiency.
Okay. You mean none of our centers were a threat, or nobody on the offense was a threat last year?
Well, none of our guards were a threat. When Julius got the ball, we know Quickley could shoot, but
could he shoot though? But could he shoot? Could he shoot?
Quickly,
data says that Quickley is a guy that likes to shoot, that is not an efficient shooter.
Yeah.
Quickley can shoot. His shot selection is brutal. This half court stuff and this, did you guys ever like the game? Remember he went like he lives too much with the three. He was going to the paint in one game. Obi had him laid open, and instead of going to the paint, he ran back and took the three.
Yeah.
His shot selection isn't good. Even when he goes inside, he's be very sloppy.
Yeah.
But towards the end of the year, though, he started hesitating on pulling the trigger. So he would do that, and he'll hesitate and then kick it out. So I mean, he learned towards the end of the season. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah.
I mean, but in the beginning, he had the green light in the beginning. He was letting it rip from the logo.
And let me say this to y'all real quick. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna shoot Quickley some bail. Okay. I think Quickley had what you call a sophomore slump. That's it. I'm taking this second year from Quickley, all the bad stuff and all the good stuff, and I'm throwing it in the trash. All of it. I'm throwing all that stretch of 60 games that was terrible. I'm throwing it in the trash, along with the 2 triple doubles at the end of the year. I'm throwing all of that in the trash. I'm sorry, and I know people are gonna say, but you can't throw the good stuff away. Really? Well, how come you want me to throw all the bad stuff away? Yeah, all the bad. You want me to throw all the bad stuff away and not the? I'm taking the second season from Quickley and throw it in the trash. And I'm telling you, the third year Emmanuel Quickley is going to be borderline star, right? I'm calling it right now. Things are what they are, right? I think the decline of Derrick Rose is real. I don't think Derrick Rose right now is a better player than Emmanuel Quickley, period. Right? I don't think that's what we're looking at. The 14th season Derrick Rose is not better than third season Emmanuel Quickley. I'm calling it right now. Right?
That's why if those rumors are true that the Bucks,
Rose
we got to get rid of
harder player than he was. And you're right, because I think he's not going to be able to rely on his athleticism like he once did in his 20s.
I got to get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
But he has improved his shot. His efficiency has gone up, so he has become a better shooter. So hopefully that'll help. And then, of course, his experience. But I don't see him playing. Yeah. Definitely don't see him playing a lot of minutes anyway. So,
they have to get rid of Rose because to me it worries with Quickley. Because when Rose is here, Tibbs is going to play him, and I want Quickley as my backup point guard. Brunson's my point guard, and Quickley's my backup, and that's why Rose has to be moved.
Yeah, because Rose is 14 million. We're holding on to 14 million
we could use.
Yeah.
Yes. It's only a matter of time for you to hurt.
This is who should be our backup. McBride. Straight up. McBride has to be the backup.
No.
RQ?
I like them as far as defense. You know what I'm saying? IQ and Deuce.
McBride has got to be your, and this is the reason why you gotta see what the kid has. Also, keep in mind, he didn't sign that full rookie deal. This is the year to find out what you got in McBride, because after this year, he can bounce.
Well, we got this summer though. We got right around the corner next week. Summer league.
Yeah, you got the summer league. I'm talking about. I'm talking about the turn of the season.
But if he's not showing, if he's not showing nothing in summer league, and Keels is outshining them, or Montero is outshining them, then there's no reason to even be thinking that he'll be the second point guard.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You got to see what he has. But if he balls out during the summer league, you got to give him a shot.
No, I don't think they look at McBride as that yet. They look at that as a developmental piece. They know they're looking at Quickley probably to be the backup point. They brought in Brunson. McBride doesn't really look, and to me, I've seen nothing special. He brought up some good numbers in the G League, but when he was in the NBA floor, I've seen a lot of weaknesses. And he struggles, true. But I don't think he's ready yet. Like this, he could be a good NBA player. I think he needs another year in the G League. And I don't think the front office is going to wait for that or take a chance, because I think realistically the front office this year needs to take a step, or at least get into the play-in and show progress, or Dolan's going to pull the plug. So I don't think they're going to mess around and be like, oh, yeah, we'll give McBride minutes. I think they're going to go. That's why they might keep Rose for a little bit until he gets hurt or whatever. But I don't think they're going to run.
That's why they signed.
I think he'll be back in the G League. He'll be up and down like he was last year.
Unless barring
that's why
another move could be made. We don't know yet. Just
I would say this. I would say this about a starter unit. I think we need to see what we have in Cam. We gave away a first rounder for him, so we need to see what we have in him. I hope Coach Thibodeau puts him in the starting unit. And of course, he has to be healthy. But if he's healthy, he needs these minutes. Like
y'all like my hat? Y'all like this hat?
Yeah, I rock with it.
This hat. Hey, you can get this hat. Hey, Sub, you want to tell everybody where they can get hat and fashion like this from?
Check me out on IG, Too Smooth Clothing _ TOO Smooth TH Clothing _ on IG, and I'll shoot you. I mean, it's 25 right there. You know what I'm saying, for the hat, for the lid. I got them in different colors. You know what I'm saying, pinks, blues, blacks, and that camo. You know what I'm saying?
The camo was fire, bro. I like to wear this camo when I hang out with the homies. But hey, Sub, at some point, man, hey, text that link to me, and then I'll start putting it in the chat.
All right, I got you.
All right. But sorry about that. Sorry about that, Don P. Go ahead, bro.
No, you good, man. You good. I was just saying, this season right here, this upcoming season is the season to where we see who's it and who's not. We see who's got it and who don't got it. And right now, I'm at the point right now where I'm tired of defending the young kids. I want their play to speak for themselves. And I want to include Cam in that situation, or Cam in that conversation, to where I want his game to speak for himself. First, he got to be healthy. And if he is healthy, there should be no excuse as to why Tibbs is not playing Cam 30-plus minutes. He's the only true wing in that roster. He's the only true wing in that roster. So for Tibbs not to play him and he's healthy, that's just malpractice in my opinion. Because RJ, like I said, he's at his best at the 2. And he's capable of playing defense at the 2. You got Cam who can play defense and offense at the 3. And at the 4, you got Randle who does what he does. And then we got Mitch back. So I don't see a reason why Thibodeau wouldn't play Cam.
But I think that's all BS with Tibbs. I think it was injuries last year. Like, he could come into the team hurt. He was hurt when we traded for him. He come in and then he was out the end of the year. I think they want, because Tibbs is working with the young guys, I think, up in Westchester, right? I think Cam's been there. So I think Cam is going to have a role starting, at least coming off the bench next year. I think they have to, because they traded a first-round pick for him. He's up for an extension. The upside is there. Him, you definitely got to see what you have in him, and it has to be sooner rather than later. Or if they're not going to do it, they got to move him and get something for him, because it's a waste.
Yeah, because that would be my question to everyone is who starts? Who's the starting five?
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. At least play Cam and up his value. If we're going to trade him, don't trade him while his value is low. Let's at least see what we got in him and show teams that he's of high value. And then if we're going to trade him, I wouldn't want to trade him. I think Cam is the most talented person on that team. That could be debated, but that's what I personally think. But I don't like this whole thing of, if we're not going to play him, just trade him. Why not play him first and then trade him while his value is up?
I hear you, because if we were going to trade him, he would have been traded already before Burks and Noel. He has more upside than those guys. So I feel like they are going to give him a chance, but it's up to him. They know. He knows. He heard the rumblings about Tibbs not wanting him, you know what I'm saying, in the trade deadline, and that Tibbs being a defensive-minded player, that's how you're going to get on the court. So it really comes down to Cam. Is he going to put the effort in? He's going to put the work in to get better defensively to show Tibbs, you know what I'm saying, that's how I get on the floor, because that's what Grimes had to do. That's how Grimes got on the floor, you know what I'm saying, by his defense. So that's the only missing piece. If he can get that and work on that this summer, I see no reason why he doesn't, eventually get that starting position and get that contract for next year.
All these young kids, when they talk about Cam, they talk like he's the baddest dude in the game. All these young kids, when they played against him in AAU and throughout the league. And I think just between his motor and injuries is what holding him back. I think if he could stay healthy and got a good run at it, I think Cam could be something and he could be special. Like, I think if you had RJ Barrett's work ethic in Cam, he'd be an all-star already. I think it's just the lack of the lack of work ethic's there. And I hope that the Knicks could somehow get it out of him, because I really think that there is talent there, and it's talent we need. Like 6'8" wingspan, his size, it's like, and his shooting abilities, we need it badly.
Hey Joe, what makes you think Cam doesn't have that work ethic? What's your proof?
He hasn't got better in 4 years, and it's kind of like the same thing I preach about Mitchell Robinson that I was preaching about Kevin Knox. I was like, you kind of, if you have work ethic and these guys want to be it, you see improvements. And if you see a guy he's not improving in 3 to 4 years, it's like he's okay being what he is and collecting the check, and it is what it is. You don't see the want. And I think Cam's type of them. Cam seems to be like a Kevin Knox, like, oh, I'll play my ball, I'll get my money, I'll play my video games, I'll chill out, all's good. He doesn't have the RJ Barrett or the Quickley or the Grimes and the Obi Toppin where, oh, I want to be in the gym 24/7 grinding because I want to be better. That's the difference, I think, and I think that's going to be the problem between him and the rest of our young guys.
My thing with Cam is something different. I believe Cam is so good of an offensive player that he doesn't buy into the total team concept, right? I think Cam is a selfish player, and it comes across as I have a low motor. I think his motor is high, but it's a selfish motor, right? Like say for instance, loose ball on the floor, you know what I'm saying? Ball rolling out of bounds, the ball can go either way. I don't think Cam diving for it because I think Cam is thinking about his next shot, right? But at the same time, it comes across as you know what I'm saying, a low motor, right? It's like a lot of guys that come in the league have these elite offensive skills, but it never clicks for them because they're thinking about how good they are offensively, right? And it's a lot of dudes that go through that. They have to learn that basketball is a team game. And these things are like defensive rotations. Cats is like, why? That's his man. Why I gotta go over there? Well, it's a team game. But to the plain observer, it's looking like this dude don't care. But he cares so much about the offense that the other stuff in the game he may not care as much about. Right? And so once we get Cam Reddish to buy into the total team concept, the total team thing, because think about this. As long as you've been watching Cam Reddish, have you ever been impressed by his rebounding? No. Have you ever been impressed? Have there ever been a sequence when you looked at Cam Reddish and say, oh my God, Cam Reddish's defense right there was spectacular? And I'm talking about stretches like 6, 7, 8 games. Have you ever looked at Cam Reddish's defense over 6, 7, 8 games and be like, oh my God, his defense isn't impressive? Oh my God, Cam Reddish's hustle over the 6, 7, 8 games has impressed me. You have never been in that mindset. You have always been impressed about how easily he can score, but you have never been impressed by the other facets of his game. Right?
I want to disagree with that. Well, let me not cut you off. I'm sorry, Freezy. Go ahead.
Right. So what I'm getting at is over Cam Reddish's career in high school, the AAU circuit, at Duke, in Atlanta, and with the Knicks, you have always been impressed by how easily he appears to be able to get his own shot and move into offense. But you never have been impressed by stretches of 10, 12 games with Cam Reddish's weak side defense, shot blocking, rebounding, steals, all these things. You have never been impressed by that. And coaches, and that drives coaches mad. That's why he don't play as much as he should, because he is a selfish offensive player. Once Cam gets in his mind that it's not about the name on the back of the jersey, but by the name on the front of the jersey, when it clicks, Cam Reddish is going to be a hell of a player. See, it's clicked for RJ already because RJ is a type of player that wants to win over everything, even though RJ Barrett is a ball hog and loves to score.
I was about to say,
But winning is more important to RJ than getting buckets, right? But for Cam, I think it's apparent that Cam Reddish wanting to be a Tracy McGrady type player is more important than the name on the front of the jersey.
Yeah, see, a lot of that, like you said, is mental, and yes, they need to learn that. Winning is about a team. No, go ahead, dog. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to dispute some of that. See, what Freezy is talking about again, that's you're talking about the eye test, right? You didn't state no stats or whatever. I guess that's more in my realm. Cam Reddish, when he plays, the things that he does, he makes it look easy. He makes it look like it's effortless when he's healthy. When he's healthy in the small sample size that we seen when he was on the Hawks, when he torched us, when he torched other teams, when he had them 30-point games, he made it look easy. It was like there was no sweat on him whatsoever.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. You said torched us, and you said 30-point games. You mentioned offense at one time. You did not mention defensive rebounding or defense.
All right, so even with defense, Rayology said it on the chat. If you look, let me read it out. He says again, in 2022, Cam played 49 games out of 82. 18 games he played where he averaged 25 minutes, averaged 17.1 points per game, 3.2 rebounds, 1 point assist, whatever, 44 from field goal percentage, 41.2 from 3-point percentage. Okay, this is another stat, but he was talking about the first stat he gave us was the deflections itself. And I seen it whenever he was healthy and he played for us. There was not one game to where he wasn't disrupting the offense from the top of the key. There wasn't one time when he didn't do that. And then you could argue whether or not he hustled. I would argue that maybe he did or he didn't. But the fact of the matter is he got the job done in a few minutes. He was over there. As opposed to
you arguing to the point that I just made about Cam being a selfish offensive player. Look, I got Ray's stuff on the screen right now. Right, yeah. I got it. So in 25, he averaged 17 points per game and 3 rebounds. For one, why is that number not 17 and 7 rebounds or 17 and 6 rebounds? Right?
That's not good.
Where's the steals numbers at? Where's the defensive net rating at? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Cam is not a good offensive player. What I'm saying is Cam Reddish is a selfish offensive player, and it comes across as being lazy defensively, and that may be the case. The deflections thing, I get that. I get the deflections thing because deflections is a hustle stat that I think is underrated. But what I'm saying is, where are the numbers where Cam Reddish held Giannis Antetokounmpo to 2 of 11 from the floor? Where are those numbers at? Right,
they're not there because
they don't exist.
So let me ask you this.
Hold on. Cam stands in his own way. There's nobody stopping Cam but Cam. You know what I'm saying? Like Don P said, it makes it look easy. Everything he said, everything he does looks easy. It's because it is. Because everything he's done is like natural to him. Like he doesn't give that effort. You know what I'm saying? Like the same thing with Ben Simmons. You know, like he's a great defensive player, but he's never taken to the next level on the offensive end because he doesn't have that offensive. You know, he doesn't have that work ethic. You know what I'm saying? To make himself become the best player on both sides. You know what I'm saying? He's just happy and content being an offensive player, but he just doesn't want to be great, knowing that everything is there for him. And when you don't have that talent like RJ, you have the work ethic. You have to work twice as hard just to get to that level. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I'd rather have heart and work ethic over just natural God-given ability that got you to that point. But now you got to take it to the next level to become better. He just doesn't have it.
Let me ask y'all this. If Julius Randle averaged 25 minutes per game, what would his stats be?
We don't know. I don't know.
See, that's my issue. It's the contents in the whole matter. How much can you average when you only averaging 25 minutes per game?
Yeah.
How much?
But
you right.
see, the thing is, why is there two organizations that one organization's let you go for a protected heavy round pick and a draft bust, and the next organization's asking questions about whether are we going to let you go too because the coach doesn't know if he wants to keep you? That's two organizations. There's 32 teams in the league. Like, so you have to ask yourself that a little bit on Cam. So he needs to show the Knicks why should they keep him, because then they should move on to him. What's going to happen? The next team would be the same thing when they get him in. It's like too relaxed.
Yeah, a lot of it is mental, man. For Cam, it's mental. You pointed out the ability, which he has. No one is doubting Cam's ability. What we're doubting is Cam's mental, his work ethic, his commitment, his integrity. We're questioning his integrity to have the right fortitude to go about playing the game of basketball and being successful at it. I'm going to give an example. Muggsy Bogues, Spud Webb, very small stature, great heart, great mind. Look how successful they were. They put in the work. They had to put in the work because they didn't have the natural ability. They didn't even have the size, but yet they turned out and have a successful career. No, they wasn't, MVPs or whatever. But look, these are, they took the God-given tools that they were given and took it to another level, to an unbelievable level. We probably remember Nate Robinson. Come on, look at a man of small stature, but look at what he gave us as a Knick. So the point I'm just trying to make in connection with Cam is mental. If the boy come in and ball out, then that's good. But he got to fix it in his mind that winning requires a sacrifice. That's what I would say to him. And what that sacrifice is do the right thing. You know what you need to do, dog. So let's just get it done. Simple as that. Mentally. Time to get to work. Play defense, defend, use your God-given tools, that length, that athleticism, and use it. Go to work, man. And it's and also too, in saying winning is a sacrifice, it's about the team. It ain't about you. This ain't the glory. This is no glory. It's a team game. It ain't a glory game. I mean, yeah, you have the skills. And if that's the case where if you want them to come to light, you'll get your proper due if it elevates above everyone else.
Hey, Cash, hold on, Cash. Hold on, Cash. Don't oversimplify. Don't oversimplify it. Say what it is. Like instead of saying do the right thing, tell us what the right thing is. What's the right thing?
What's the right thing?
Number one, with the right thing, get your body right. Why are you always hurt? What are you doing in your off season? Are you working to improve in strengthening your body, or are you playing video games and hanging out at the club? That's number one. Mentally, are you looking to see where you can improve your game? Maybe you need to, as Freezy pointed out, maybe you need to dive after those balls are on the floor.
That's how he got hurt.
Body right, game confident, then it shouldn't be a problem. You do whatever you need to do to improve the team, because remember, when the team plays better and the team wins, that boosts you up. Look at these contracts that Gary Payton signed, and Toscano Anderson that signed, and because of the team winning the chip. See, sometimes you have to help the team win, and then that benefits you. It's just like your company. You help your company make money, you make money.
I understand all the cliches you talking. I understand that. I like it. But I don't think that applies to Cam. Y'all talk about diving for balls. Do y'all forget how he got hurt? He dove for a ball.
Yeah, but he was trying to his body wasn't in shape though. He wasn't in shape.
How do we know that?
But to be honest, I said I think when we traded for him, he was hurt. He was in and out of the rotation for about a month and a half, and then they pulled the plug on him. He was out for the year. I honestly don't think he was healthy all year. He was hurt when we traded for him.
Yep.
So I think you need to. They sat him out, and I think he needs to work I think hopefully RJ's been with him all summer and is going to be with him all summer trying to get that work in with, because that's what they need to do is put RJ with him. With what do you call the dude, Drew Howland, have them on the same work schedule, because then they're two dudes that can grow together with this team. But it's all up to Cam, and it's all up to Tibbs though too. Tibbs needs to give him the opportunity to play as well.
Yeah, so who's running the second unit, small forward, next year?
I'm gonna ask you a realistic question. If RJ averaged 25 minutes per game, what will his stats be?
Maybe 10, 2, and 4.
Then we would be having the same conversation about RJ needing to improve.
Yeah. No, I agree where you're coming from, but I also come from where Cam is like, this is the second organization that failed to give minutes, and I just want to know the reason why. So that it's not an organization, like I do get it. Thibodeau doesn't like him for some reason, or Repairley doesn't like him, or which I don't believe any of that garbage. I think Tibbs all fair game with these young guys. If Cam comes into the summers balling out with the kids, he'll give them minutes. So I think that's all nonsense. I think Cam was hurt. But it's all up to Cam about getting himself in shape and getting ready. Because if Cam can't come in, listen to me, if Cam can't come in and beat out Quentin Grimes and Evan Fournier for the starting rotation job next year and he's 6'8", then I want him traded. Because then that didn't mean he deserves it. It's either that or he's not healthy. He's hurt. It's one or the other.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. Like, he knows who's in front of him if he's not running the second unit. Like you mentioned, it's those two players. And then RJ is the starting three. Those two are we're at Duke together. They need to figure out, work out together. They're gonna make each other better by practicing together every day. You know what I'm saying? RJ's gonna learn a little bit of his offense, how he gets to the cup, and the same thing with defense. You got to get in his chest. You know what I'm saying? They gotta feed off one another if Cam's gonna take that next level. If I'm RJ, I'm like, check this out, bro. Every day, 4 a.m. we in the gym together. You know what I'm saying? We working on our craft. I know RJ has that work ethic, and if he wants to be our future leader, or, you know what I'm saying, or
Quickley has it, Obi has it, got the McBride has it. McBride might be going to the G League, and he still has the grind to work hard.
How we know Cam doesn't have it?
Huh?
Because you don't hear about it. You don't hear about it.
If he had the work ethic, if he had the work ethic, no matter injury or nothing, if he had the work ethic, and Atlanta Hawks wouldn't have got rid of him.
That's not true. Come on, Joe. That's not true. That's
the truth. He couldn't beat out. The problem with him is he couldn't beat out Kevin Huerter, who just got flipped basically for a bag of peanuts and a pick.
My issue, but Cam is up for an extension. If I was an owner, if I was a GM owner of the Atlanta Hawks, and I see that this dude is just as good as Cam, and Cam is up for extension, yes, I'm gonna go for the other dude that's cheaper. That's what allowed them to
But they just traded the other dude not even 4 months later. They just traded him today, Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
Well, that's they got DeJounte Murray. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like that.
Yeah, I guess that does play a good part in it. But what I'm saying is, like, with Cam is like, why did Atlanta? Like, I agree with you. Cam needs it. Like, Cam should be playing on this team. Like, this Knicks team isn't good. We need wings. We need shooters. We need upside. We need you. We need what Cam brings. But Cam get in the mindset and get in the work to earn his minutes, and can Cam stay healthy enough? And they're just my questions. And my question is Cam comes in healthy at the beginning of the year and he can't beat out Evan Fournier or Quentin Grimes, then that means that if he can't beat them out, then that's telling you something. That's telling you he doesn't have it. Because Quentin Grimes has the work ethic for it. Even though I think he's limited offensively, he still is the work ethic because you see it.
And this is why I'm so big on the eye test. When people was getting on OB last year, not this past season, but the season before that, and they were saying Obi need to do this, he need to do that. What's wrong with him? You can't put a dude like Obi and just have him parked in the corner three. You can't do that and expect for him to produce like that. You didn't run no plays for him. You ain't do none of that. You just expect Obi to just make something happen in the limited minutes that he has. And it's like the same thing with Cam Reddish. You give Cam Reddish limited amount of minutes, and then y'all expect for him to just make magic happen. He's scoring 17 points. What is it? About 3 or 4 assists per game, working 25 minutes per game, and we're still talking about some Cam need to get it together.
Yeah, but that's different though, because you got Julius in front of Obi, you know what I'm saying, a recent all-star, you know what I'm saying? Like Joe mentioned, who's in front of Cam? Grimes and Fournier, like, nah, there's a difference.
You got a backup wingman. All fairness to Grimes, and you got a guy who's been on the trading block more often since he's been a Knick. So, and you have to beat these dudes out. So it's like, yo, bro, I'm like, and I get where you're coming from. Cam needs to deserve the time, but it's like, show me, go into camp, show me in preseason, beat these dudes out like Quickley did. Quickley wasn't given anything. Quickley come in and beat all these, even though we had all bums ahead of Quickley. He come out and beat these guys out and got rotation minutes. Cam needs to come in next year and do the same thing for me. He's 6'8". He should be able to beat these dudes out, no problem. Because he'll be a better defender, he'll be a better shooter, and he has the size. He has what we need. So if he can't beat these 3 dudes out or these 2 dudes out, then we move on from him.
Okay.
Same way we treated Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox was the same thing. Beat these dudes out and get your minutes, and he didn't do it.
Right.
You better watch out.
And if we could trade Kevin Knox, you know what I'm saying? We could trade Cam Reddish during the All-Star trade, the trade deadline, if that's what it comes down to. Because some young team like OKC or somebody will take a flyer on him because they see the potential just like we did. You know what I mean? Like, come on, Kevin Knox just signed right now with the Pistons for a 2-year, $6 million deal. So they still see the potential in that kid. So someone's going to take a flyer on this kid as well. So I'm not.
I just hope Cam can get into this rotation, because I think when you go into next year because Brunson's limited because of his size. I'm not saying he's a bad defender. It's just his size leaves him limited. So if you can go into a lineup next year with Brunson, RJ, Cam, Randle, Mitch, now you're cooking with something. You got defense around them. So that's why I don't want to trade Cam. But I'm like, if Cam can't show up, then we got to move him and get somebody else in.
I still feel like we got to go get another wing, because we can't just put all our eggs in one basket and depend on Cam, because like you mentioned, he's our only true wing at 6'8". What is he, 6'8", 6'9"?
Yeah.
6'8".
I mean, this is a win-driven league. We got to go up against the Brown. We got to go up against Tatum's. We got to go against all these elite wings. We need more depth in the wing position. That's why I'll get rid of Rose right now. Open up that 14 million, get rid of Taj for that 5 million. We got 19 million right there. Let's go get ourselves another wing player, you know what I'm saying, that can help us out.
Yeah, I believe that. We need an athletic defensive wing.
So
I agree. I'm looking at who's left, because I'm thinking we don't need to clear the cap. Make a trade. Keep Fournier and trade him with a pick or two to somebody and make a trade, because I think the market's more or less done right now. I don't think there's anybody really worth giving money to.
I mean, what about the Cody Martin brother? Do you think you take a flyer on him?
Which one of them? One of them was with Miami. One was Charlotte.
Charlotte, I think the one from Charlotte's available.
Yeah, the one with Charlotte was better than the one that played with Miami.
Mm-hmm.
I would think they have size too. They're what, 6'7", 6'8" as well, right?
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. We do need some more depth at the wing for sure. We need more threes. We need more guys with some length, right? If Cam is healthy and we get another wing, and they start that wing over Cam Reddish, how is that fair? He didn't work for that spot. Evan Fournier didn't work for his spot. He got thrust into the starting position. Kemba Walker sure as hell didn't work for that spot.
Their contract said they work for the spot. That's why Evan Fournier, I think, might start at the beginning, just because the paperwork says he starts. And you know in the NBA at the beginning of the year, it's whatever guys are getting paid, that comes first before anything else. So that's where the politic comes in, and that's where preferably I'd like to move them. I'd like to move them and bring nothing back. I would move Burke Rose and bring 2 bums back to play at the bottom to fill out the 15-man roster, and just rub what we have, and make sure that Cam gets his minutes that way. Because once you take Rose and Fournier away from Thibodeau, and you bring in, say, 2 bottom rotation guys or 2 bottom bench guys, he has no other choice to run Cam.
Yep, that's kind of what they
I
did
would
with the
agree.
whole
I
Brett
would agree
situation.
with that move, but I don't know what deal can be had for that to happen.
Yeah, you need to take back bad contracts or some sort of bottom rotation guys with Fournier. But I don't know what teams are looking to shed salary and take Fournier back.
Maybe we can get in with that when Kevin Durant gets dealt. Maybe we can get in with that to accomplish that. Not of course to get Kevin Durant, but to offload those guys.
Yeah, like a 3-man trade, 3-team trade.
Yeah,
trade.
that's going to be the biggest trade in history. There's going to be 4 or 5 teams in that because the money's so big.
Yeah,
And the movements and the
picks.
value.
I mean, look what Gobert.
Our position.
Look what Gobert just went for 4 first-round picks.
If Gobert goes for 4 unprotected picks, like what's Durant going to go for? He's going to go for 7, 8 picks, an all-star, a young up-and-comer. It's going to be crazy what he's going to get.
Yeah, just give us the last year contract guys and just pay them and let them walk. That's how I would want us to get involved in that. Take expiring deals. We just gonna take Fournier and Randle if you want both of them, or Fournier and Rose in this case. And
I want to keep kind of Randle. I want to build his trade value back because I think if they could get a good 3 or 4 months out of him, I think they could fleece a team at the trade deadline if they get him back to close to what his 4th seed year was for a couple of months. They'll get 2 picks for him easy. Some stupid team will bite at the deadline. So I would try and keep him instead of trying to sell him low. You get something back from him at the deadline.
Yeah.
And then then if you trading Randle, you're more or less telling the fan base, all right, we're packing it in this year. We're running with Brunson and all the kids.
Hey, that's a.
That'd be fine with me, but I don't know. You're looking at there's a whole other percentage of Knicks fan base that wouldn't be that'd lose their mind if you're looking at Jalen Brunson and a bunch of kids, and you're looking at a lottery pick again next year.
I don't necessarily think so. I think the fan base is split on that because half of the fan base want to get rid of Randle, the other half doesn't.
The other half wants to win games. The other half thinks you move Randle, that's all shot of winning games out the window because you're not going to get a return that's going to win games unless the kids exceed expectations. And to me, what I would do is I'd go in with Randle and then move for him for another pick next year and another future pick, and then look at next year's draft. Because realistically, I don't think without any moves being made right now, the way teams constructed, I think we're a 9th, 10th seed at very best.
Quite honestly, I don't even think that. I gotta reserve my judgment. I gotta see how he plays with us before I even give any type of prediction on how we're gonna be. As far as I'm concerned, it's gonna be no better than how Quickley was running it. Probably a little bit better. You know what I mean? But until I see the first 5 games of how Jalen Brunson plays with us, with the spacing and teams running zone defense on us, and how he responds to that, and the shooters that he have around him, then I don't know. I'm
worried about that.
I'm not as concerned about the spacing as I was because I did watch back. If you look at the beginning of the year and all of last year, he played a lot with Willie Cauley-Steins in the middle, and he did pretty good well. His numbers were a little lower because of lack of minutes. But when Willie Cauley-Steins can't, he's more or less the same as Mitch, limited offensively.
Who y'all talking about?
Yeah, Brunson. I was wondering who you talking about. Brunson?
Yeah, because you were saying you weren't. My boy was saying he wasn't sure if Brunson's going to be much better than Quickley running the point.
No.
Yeah,
my mind automatically went to the Kings. I forgot that he was with Dallas. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not declining his talent. I'm just saying that it's Tom Thibodeau's a different coach than Jason Kidd. It's going to be under a whole new system. You know what I mean? So I don't know how his game from the Mavs or college is going to translate over to us. I'm not saying that he's going to be good. I'm not saying that he's going to be bad. Y'all talked me into thinking that his skill set is CP3-ish type of skill set. He could pass. He can run the floor. He plays really hard. He could get into the paint. He's super crafty. All of that. So if that is the case, then
yeah,
I think
$3 CP3. That's what I would say. He's not Hall of
Yeah.
Fame CP3, $3 CP3, but he give you a bit of something. As I think he will make us better. It's just
To
how
me,
much is the question.
Yeah, to me, his best asset though is his high IQ. Like we don't have high IQ players. We haven't had high IQ players in with the Knicks for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And to be a floor general, you know what I'm saying, to be the quarterback of the Knicks, like you need that. He's a dog. He's a dog on the defensive end. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna rally up the troops. I mean, come on, we haven't had a point guard since what? Raymond Felton and Starberry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His speed and his handles are very underrated.
Oh, he got some slick
Like
handles.
he is a lot more speed than people give him credit for. Like he's not lightning fast Fox or any of these dudes, but he has that quickness and that handle that can break people off the dribble, no doubt.
And he's
It's
strong.
something you haven't seen in a Knicks point guard in a long time. Like what was the last proper Kid was probably the last best point guard we've had.
I don't think that's a fair comparison, though.
That was short time though too. And yeah, you're talking about a Hall of Fame.
And that was older Kid too.
Yeah, that's
I don't even think older kid is a fair comparison. I mean, what we're talking about is Jalen Brunson an old school first point guard, or is he one of the new school score first point guard? Which one is he?
A little both.
That's what I'm asking. I'm kind of confused on what type of point guard is this dude.
He has like the CP3, like the pass first, but he'll also look for a shot too. Like he has that both where he can facilitate, but if you need him to get buckets, he'll sit and he'll do that too. I think the facilitating is very underrated because he was playing off ball with Luka. You look at Luka's usage percentage last year, it was like 37%. So he's not getting everything. Anytime he get the ball was off ball looking to score. So I think when he had the opportunity, when he was coming off the bench for Dallas to run the unit, he looked like his passing looked a lot good, looked very good, very underrated. So I think his assist rate could go up to 7 or 8 assists easy with the Knicks, especially when his usage goes up.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying too. That's a good point though, because you don't want him to be that offensive ball hog where he's just gonna put his head down and get to the bucket. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna let RJ cook. He's gonna let Randle cook. Then when we go through that certain period which we always do, that 3-minute period where we can't score, he's that guy you give the ball to and he go get keep the points on the board where we keep that going. That's the problem we had last year. We had too many games where we couldn't score in long stretches, and having Brunson now this year, we don't have to worry about that.
That's the thing. Like we had a lot of close games, or we had a lot of stretches where we couldn't score, and we're relying on Julius and RJ. And you can have Brunson's gonna be like, "Give me that thing. Like I'm gonna take care of this." And if we're down by 10 or we go a stretch where they go on a 10 point, like a 10-0 run or whatever, he's the type of dude that get the ball like, all right, I can ease this up with a bucket or two. Like, and he can get it from all 3 levels. Like, my worry sometimes maybe with the fit is he's not the greatest 3-point shooter, but he doesn't really look for the 3. Like, he's more of an inside mid-range game. But I do think with this team, especially how Tibbs loves to hit the 3 or have guys hit the 3, I think he'll get better at it.
But like you said, though, he's not the fastest, but he's the craftiest. And being the point guard, he could call for that pick and roll because, like we mentioned, he's second in pick and roll. So you just call over Mitch. You ask him to set that pick at the top, and then you can create that separation to pick and pop at that moment to get us a bucket. You know what I mean? Whether it's that pick and pop or driving all the way to the cup, hitting that fadeaway baseline that Julius likes to do because he's deadly doing that too. You know what I'm saying? Like he can score in multiple ways.
I think in the pick and roll, the 1-4 is probably the best with Randle because it provides you more options. Because remember, Randle is a decent passer too, and then spread the floor that way. And when you get in situations, so I like it all the way around with Brunson running the point. Anyway.
Yeah, Randle's a great passer. Randle is probably the best passing power forward we ever had in Knicks history.
In Knicks history. I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say NBA history. I was like, oh, definitely in Knicks history.
Look at he just sliding through, just dropping bim bombs.
But listen, man, when I think I sat and I was thinking about the Brunson sign. I was always in on the Brunson sign, and the money maybe to me was a little high, but the way the market was, you were always going to overpay in free agency, and I was concerned about the fit with Randle. But I think now the front office, you're looking at what Brunson can do and the stuff that Randle can do. I think this point Randle stuff is over. I worked for a year. They overused it last year. Fizdale tried it. It worked at some points. I think they're done with it. You're going to see Randle. You're going to see Brunson with the ball, RJ with the ball, and you're going to see Randle in his spots looking to put up buckets and facilitate when he has to or when he needs to. But I think the point Randle Day is done, and I think that's best for his career because I had a feeling one more year of point Randle, he was going to be untradeable because no team would have been willing to say, okay, this boy can't play off ball.
Yeah, there's a lot of times last year, and I was at the game, you know what I'm saying, because I'm out here in Portland, you know what I'm saying, where he'd get the rebound and he'd go coast to coast. But the thing is, I don't mind him doing that because they wanted to put the pressure on with the fast pace. But if he's going coast to coast and then they get in front of him, that's when he just stop, kick it out, and reset. You know what I'm saying? But if you have a clear path all the way to the hoop, then take it. But once, you know what I'm saying, the defense collapses or they they get in front of you, then just reset. So there's a time and place for those moments. So we just don't need it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like
the thing with Randle too is trust. He didn't trust anybody last year. I feel like he trusted Elfrid Payton or he trusted Reggie Bullock. He trusted Payton to a degree sometimes, and he trusted Derrick Rose. I think Kemba was brought in. Some things are moved around. He didn't trust Fournier to the same extent as he trusts Bullock because they tried to do the same type of like fit in Fournier for Bullock and have that 2-man game going. That didn't fit. The Kemba thing didn't fit. I think just they took everything out of place, and I think this year is like, okay, we're going to put everything back into place, but with our own guys, and we'll add 1-2 small pieces. I think that's what they need to do. Worry for Julius is like and it's not only for his career as a Knick. A lot of people don't care if he's gone, but if it's for him as a Knick or even to trade him, it needs to work out some stand at the beginning of the year. It needs to work out even if they are going to move him, because if it doesn't work out, then his trade value, you're going to be stuck with him, or you're going to have to pay the premium to move him.
Yeah.
So they got to make this work, and he has to play off.
But I think Randle understands that the keys have been given to Brunson. Brunson has the keys. He's running the show. So work with him, and I think Randle, he's got to respect him. He has to respect him. So I think we're going to see a different look this year. Definitely going to see a different look.
We all are understanding that none of our Knicks players is beyond reproach, right? We can bang on Obi, we can bang on Cam Reddish, we could bang on Julius Randle. Jalen Brunson part to get this work too if he's not producing. If he produces, good. If he don't produce for the money we giving him and for all the hype that we giving him, I'm on his neck. He's not beyond reproach. And if he's as smart as y'all say he is, if he has that IQ like y'all say he does, then he could change the team around. He should be able to do that, no matter what system he's in.
See, that's why I think the organization messed up by making a big media storm, putting the pressure on him. I think the pressure's he can handle the pressure, and he's going to come in and do his job. He's going to run the offense, but he's not turning any leaf where he's jumping us into the playoffs. He's not that type of piece. And that's why I think this thing got overblown now, that the Knicks fans are going to have unnecessary pressure on him, and I think it's ridiculous. Because we're first thing to make over $100 million. You know how many guys in this league that are bums that are making over $100 million? It's crazy.
Yeah, but the pressure comes with the contract.
Yeah, and that's why I'm annoyed kind of that the pressure, they have the pressure on him because of the contract.
Yeah, but that's not the Knicks' fault. The Knicks didn't walk into this saying, well, let's give you $105 million. No, him and his people, that's what they negotiate. Because remember, Dallas could have signed him for $55 million. He has a great playoffs for him. He's worth double that.
Right.
So that's not what the Knicks did. Him and his brash. That's the money you wanted. This is what attached with that. Can you handle that? Whether they're saying he's not the this, he's not the that, they don't have to say anything at all. Whether they say it or not, the money speaks quite loudly.
And I think that's wrong because you look out there, there's savers out there. There's guys out there. Zach LaVine's no saver of nobody, and he just got $40 million.
Right, but the thing about Zach LaVine is Zach LaVine
has to perform, but he's not a saver.
But Joe, Zach LaVine has been doing it longer.
Oh yeah, right? No, I agree. But what I'm saying is to put him labeled as a savior is not good. That's what I'm saying is that's why you put the kid, the first Knick to get over $100 million outside of Randle in a long time, and that's why I think it's
that has something to do with that has something to do with today's market though, and not what the caliber of player. And I understand what you're saying. AD, what's up, man? What I want to say to that is let's temper the Jalen Brunson stuff just a little bit, because we can't say that just because Jalen Brunson makes more during this contract than Pat Ewing made in his career as a Knick. That's not fair to Pat Ewing or the value of that day. It's not fair to the caliber of players and all that stuff. We just in a different market. What I would say to the Jalen Brunson thing is the dude is a fit for what we were lacking, and we proved that by putting the data on the screen. Right? Jay, that's all it is. We needed an efficient pick and roll executor. And he was the most attractive pick and roll executor available in the market. Right? It's like when I was just about to tell a story. I don't want to tell a story because Miss Mocha was like, "You always get on here telling stories." But basically, it's like when you like the girl in middle school and the DJ put on y'all song and you ask her to dance. You like her, she like you, and the moment was right. That's basically what it is. Brunson liked us, we liked him, and this free agency moment was right. All the other stuff really don't even matter. We needed him, he needed us, and we got it done. You know what I'm saying? So
if they couldn't get Brunson freezing, they talk about Mark Cuban going to whatever, accuse them of tampering or whatever. Yeah. But dude, he's connected to the DNA.
Right.
He's connected all the way down. If they wasn't able to get Brunson, they might as well have just walked into the office and just resigned.
Fired themselves. They may as well have fired themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I know I dig that. But to Cuban's point though, some of this stuff was just flat out disrespectful, like a late 70s movie. You know what I'm saying? Like the gang walk into the cafeteria with their gang jackets on and switchblades. You know what I'm saying? Like the Warriors are here and we gonna get you, sucker. That's what it felt like when Worldwide West and Allen Houston walked into that playoff game.
Play.
Right. What was it? Why are they showing up to a playoff game that don't include them? For one, that make you look super thirsty, right? Make you look super thirsty. Like the dude that graduate and he coming back to the prom and he been out of school 3 years. What you doing there? These are little kids, right? You know what I'm saying? And so if I'm Mark Cuban, I'm mad at that. If I'm Mark Cuban, I ask James Dolan to fist fight. Right? If I see that. You're going to bring your people in here and recruit players from the other team, from both teams at the same time. Man, what?
I'm not mad. I wasn't mad at it though, Freezy. They should have been pointing at him during timeouts. Yo, Jalen, what up, baby?
What they did that's called a boss move, man. That's what they pulled.
Yeah, in the 70s, that was called a boss move.
Yeah. We got the G5 outside, baby. We just showed up real quick.
But see, the thing is, Cuban done himself dirty with a couple of things, and I heard Mavs people talking about it, where there's a couple of times they could have made an offer and they mutually didn't agree to it. The Mavs there could have been an agreement. The Mavs didn't really force it. Then there was, what did their mother Mavs say? He said there was something about with the playing time as well, that they promised him playing time at the beginning of the year, but then they gave it to Tim Hardaway Jr. and it took him to get hurt before he got the playing time. And then just he said there was a lot of stuff, and I think Jalen more or less knew by the beginning of the year, or at least halfway through it, that he was going to go to the Knicks, or he was at least looking towards moving to the Knicks.
Right.
And then you've seen what makes me like him a bit more though is that, and it's stuff I didn't know until after it was released about how he used to run around because his daddy was a Knick, and I knew that, but he grew up a Knicks fan. And it was saying about how his dream he always kind of wanted when the opportunity was there to sign with the Knicks, he was going to take it.
Right.
So
I don't think it's just that.
The thing with
Nobody comes to New
Jalen
York
Rose is
anymore.
family, man. To the whole organization, the current front office, he's family.
Right. He is.
You looked at
but
family.
even
I'm
if
talking about board in.
Yeah, but Cash, what I'm saying is it's that's a part of it, right? But the major part is the Knicks had a need for an efficient pick and roll point guard, and him knowing he's an efficient pick and roll point guard, the two go together. We had a need and he had a need, and they fit perfectly together. All the other stuff is good for when you tell the story in 20 years. But in terms of today and on the court, they're a perfect man. Okay, the dog barking again. Hold on.
Absolutely. Total perfect marriage. What's going on, gentlemen?
Everything else is.
What's up, people? My brothers, what's happening?
Jay Boogie.
Jay Boogie, I know you happy, Jay Boogie. Give us some of that. Give us some of that positive energy, Jay Boogie. I know you're very happy.
Spit some fire, man. Give us some fire, man.
Drop the knowledge.
Blow the chat up.
Ain't no fire need to be said. The fire is already done. It's already lit. It's already did what it's supposed to do. But shout out to y'all great men and everybody in the chat. And you're absolutely right, AD. I'm beautifully happy, as always, but I'm beautifully happy for our team because so much has occurred with us getting this guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, first thing first, it feels so good to be first. To be first, for somebody to say they want to see and deal with us first, and they can turn back and tell another team, don't even worry about it, I ain't coming. It's over and done with. You know how good that feeling is? That feeling is a great feeling. And then to go even further, Miami was on that list. So that tells you that Pat Riley wanted this dude. So if Pat Riley wanted this dude, that means he sees something more in this guy that some of us wasn't even seeing in him. You know, the guys that were saying we don't want him and this and that. Pat Riley was seeing something in this dude that some of y'all guys was not seeing in him. And guess what? He didn't even go over there. That's how great and good I'm feeling about this situation. Not only we answer us having a point guard, but for somebody, a free agent, that be like, yo, I'm going over here with the Knicks because it's an opportunity for me. I'm going to take advantage of it, and I'm going to lead that ship. I'm so grateful for that. That's why I'm so happy, because he turned his back on somebody, told him, nah, I ain't coming to your meeting. Most of the time, it's the other way around. We on board to get a meeting from somebody, and we don't even get the meeting. They already gone, signed, they gone. But not this time. Not this time. Thank you, Lord. You know, much as we say about Evan Fournier, Evan Fournier last year, he signed with us as a free agent. So that's 2 years back to back. But this time, we got the right one to sign with us. A bona fide little pit bull. Bona fide.
Yeah.
Uncut, raw, ready to go. Now, Tom, play games with what's happening right now. And watch how fast Jay Wright be on that bench. That's what I'm promoting. Watch how fast Jay Wright be on that bench.
I feel you. I feel you, sir. I feel you. I mean, it's a, y'all heard me the last several days, so y'all know where I'm at with it. But Jalen Brunson feels good. It feels good to have him, because he wanted us, so it feels good that somebody actually wants you and you want them, and it's a good feeling.
And he got the Rod Strickland jersey on. What? You know how long I was trying to get that Rod Strickland jersey? I couldn't find it nowhere to get it. I've been looking everywhere to try to get the number 11 Rod Strickland jersey, but I couldn't get it. But guess what? I see that 11 back on the floor again. Yes.
Plus, I was actually more high on Murray, but to see Pop let him go, and then see Riley and Spoelstra endorse Brunson, then Brunson rose up on my ladder because he got endorsed by some quality coaches. So that was me. I was a little bit on the fence, and right now I'm jumping aboard the Brunson wagon because of the Riley endorsement. So I'm feeling better, man. I'm not 100% there. I'm not all there because I'm still giving this front office right now. I'm still giving them a B-.
We as Knicks fans, we as Knicks fans of a certain age and so forth, we can just never let the taste of Pat Riley go, yo. We can just never let the ghost of Pat Riley go. We gotta let him go, gentlemen. Gentlemen, he gone. He faxed in his resignation almost 30 years ago. He gone. I know it hurt. It hurt me back then. But we gotta let him go. We gotta stop basing our moves because if the great Pat Riley is also interested. He gone. Gone.
Anthony, I'm gonna make you hurt a little bit, all right?
Go ahead.
Spider Mitchell's floating out there.
Oh.
Pat Riley might hurt you one more time if he beats you to the punch with Spider.
No, if he beats me to the punch, he beats me because he beats me. He doesn't beat me because I'm still hoping and praying that, somehow we can change around what happened and he's still our coach and we won 5 championships with him. He gone.
He gone.
I'm just saying, I don't care what Pat Riley doing. He's not nowhere in my system. But 9.7% of the 10, if Pat Riley wants his man, he gets his man. Point blank. I don't care when or where Pat Riley is. He gets his man. And for that man to shut down everything else, that's a good song for me. I'm happy about that. But I don't care what Pat Riley doing. I just feel good about beating him out on something. Much as we've been struggling, much as they've been taking from us and throughout our time, the tide is changing. And I ain't talking what you put in that washing machine. The tide is changing, yo. I feel it.
But I heard you guys earlier talk about a Brunson-Fournier backcourt. That scares me, man. That scares me as far as defense.
That would scare Stevie Wonder.
Said it's defensively, it's Kemba and Fournier all over again.
Yeah, I'm worried about that a little bit.
And that's why I think they're going to move him, or if they keep him. I'm kind of sort of funny because he is one of the best shooters in the league, and I think they should put him on the bench and then find somebody else to start into that too. If it is Grimes or Reddish, or they got somebody else in here.
They got a lot of the same problems that we've talked about. Remember, they lost Burks, but they just added Brunson. They had a glutton in the backcourt before Brunson got here. You feel me? They have to open up that. They have to open up, find ways to settle this situation here. They still got like 6 guards.
And that's why I think D Rose, to me, should be the one next, because when he's here, he's going to play them. Tibbs is going to play him that backup point guard minutes. And to me, I prefer Quickley run the backup point behind Brunson.
Yeah.
So I think Rose is here as long as he's healthy. He's going to play. So I think moving him, and I don't know if you can get off the full money, but I think there's a trade out there where you might be able to get off some money of his and be able to make some sort of move.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
all right. All right.
We got glut. We still got problems.
Of course. You still got problems. Still got issues.
All right. So here is the issue I want to address with y'all. Man, behind the scenes working on some stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? The puppy, I learned every time the puppy start barking, he want to go outside and use the bathroom. That is a good thing.
Excellent. Yeah.
That is a good thing, because the puppy before him barked after he peed
I thought
Like-
you was in the. I thought you was in the back hitting the heavy bag. I know you was telling me you was gonna make a comeback this summer.
Yeah, man. I mess around. I pulled something in my rib cage. I don't know what is. I don't know if that's an old man issue or if it's like a lack of activity thing. So I'm kind of taking my time with that. But y'all are looking at the former Green Street Tournament boxing champion 2 times.
Two times.
Two times. Yep. And honestly, the $800 that I won for that tournament came in clutch because I had to pay my light bill. I had to pay my light bill with that money.
Nice.
So, but yeah, man. Here's the thing I want to address. Right. Here's the thing. I think the thing that Knicks fans also want to see. We have to address the consistencies of our young players. Or lack thereof. Right? We have to figure out what is Obi Toppin. What is Obi? Right?
Yep.
Is Obi a franchise type player that needs to get the guy in front of him removed so that he could be
Yes.
Y'all, hey, y'all remember J Boogie? What's good, brother? Y'all remember Jamal Wilkes and Michael Thompson with the Lakers?
Absolutely.
And then y'all remember,
Absolutely.
y'all remember the dudes that came after them, James Worthy and Sam Perkins?
Mm.
Y'all remember them? Y'all remember how the Lakers had to transition from guys that had been with the organization for a long time and were high caliber players? Keith Wilkes coming out. I'm sorry. Y'all ain't gonna remember Keith Wilkes. Y'all might remember Jamal Wilkes. It's the same person. It's the same person. And y'all remember Bob McAdoo, Michael Thompson, dudes that were #1 picks, NBA All-Stars. Bob McAdoo, former Knick, right? We ran him out of town like Julius Randle. Jay Boogie, you remember that? You remember how we gave Bob McAdoo the Julius Randle treatment?
Yeah.
People act like the Julius Randle treatment is new.
Yes, sir.
That ain't new.
No.
We was hating on McAdoo. Man, he want to shoot. He don't want to. He's shooting all these mid range. He ain't such and such. You know what I'm saying? And then we trade him, and then we go in the tank. Right, but anyway, what I'm getting at is sometimes yeah, bro.
No, go ahead, fam.
I was gonna say, are we in that situation where you might have to remove a Norm Nixon so that Magic Johnson can play point? In that position where you have to remove a Norm Nixon, a Keith Wilkes, Michael Thompson's, so you can bring in young Kurt Rambuses. Y'all remember? Hey, does anybody in here know who drafted Kurt Rambis?
The Knicks did.
What team drafted Kurt Rambis? The New York Knicks.
The Knicks.
Not the Lakers.
Wow.
Yep. And Kurt Rambis went to Phoenix,
Not the
and
Lakers.
then came to LA, and then went back to Phoenix, and then came back to LA, right? And so people talk about the young core. I remember the young core of Mike Woodson, Kurt Rambis. Don't get me started about this young core conversation. But anyway, what I'm saying is it time for us to remove some of these veterans so the young guys can play and thrive? Do you trade a Norm Nixon for the rights to draft Byron the Frenchman Scott? Anybody remember Byron the Frenchman Scott?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So is it time to trade a Evan Fournier so these young guys can play?
Yes.
Because the guys are good. The veterans are good. The veterans are quality NBA players. But is it time to move them so that these young guys can come up and eat? Right?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. So
absolutely 100%.
So what I'm asking in theory is it time to trade Fournier so that you can play Cam Reddish 40 minutes a game?
Yes.
Right. I'm saying yes.
Yes.
Right. Is it time to trade Julius Randle so that Obi Toppin can play 40 minutes a game? Right?
Absolutely.
And if you buy into that theory of trading the vets, you have to go get a vet on a terrible contract. Are you willing to live with that? Because when you have to meet the 118 million dollar salary floor, right? Or whatever that number is. I think it's like 108 something.
Let me ask you something. You wouldn't trade Westbrook for Julius right now and his expiring contract?
No, because I want to see Jalen Brunson play.
Jalen Brunson will play.
Yeah, he'll still play. See, the one thing that we don't talk about with the Jalen Brunson is how well he played off the ball.
Right.
Jalen Brunson can also play off the ball.
I would rather trade for
if
Kevin
Jalen Brunson was 3 inches taller. Okay.
I would rather trade for Kevin Love and give Kevin Love spot minutes. Right. I would rather listen. Cleveland will take the Kevin Love albatross of a contract. You give us a first round pick. We'll send you a piece. Say we'll send y'all a ham sandwich. We'll send you Grimes. Grimes for Kevin Love. We'll eat the salary, right? That clears the way, right? That clears the way for other guys that can play. And I'm not knocking Grimes because he's a quality NBA player. But what I'm saying is I want to make it so that the rotation is set with young guys going out, getting valuable minutes and contributing to a winning product on the floor on a nightly basis, right? I want to go out. I want to go out. If we lose to Miami, I want to lose to Miami by 6 with a bunch of young kids learning, taking in valuable lessons from a loss, as opposed to going out losing by 20 to the Heat and Alec Burks leads us in scoring with 17 on 3 of 16 shooting. Right? I don't want those nights no more. Right? I want to clear out the vets, take on terrible contracts for a pick. Would I have taken on Derek Favors? Yes. That's what OKC is doing. OKC don't have Derek Favors because he is a part of the future. He's on a terrible contract. He's taking up salary cap space, and he's not a threat to the kids. That's what I would prefer. I would have took on the Gallinari contract. Yes, I would have traded for Danilo Gallinari.
Yes.
Right. And I wouldn't have bought him out. I'd have just let him sit on the roster. Hey, big fella, you're not playing tonight. He'd have been like, okay. All right, but tomorrow night we're gonna play you 20 minutes. We're gonna play Obi tonight. We're gonna let Obi, we play in Sacramento, we're gonna let Obi run up and down the floor against Sacramento. Right? This is Obi night. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever veteran is out there.
How about Blake Griffin? How about Blake? Will you take on Blake Griffin?
No, because he's not on a terrible contract no more. Yeah, but I see where you're going. If it had been 3 years ago and he was on that terrible Detroit contract extension, remember the terrible contract extension Detroit gave him? I mean, the Clippers gave him and then traded him. See, I would have traded for Blake then, and then have Blake on the bench, right?
Right.
But now he on vet minimums. I don't want Blake.
Oh, it's on a minimum. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but what I would do is anybody on a terrible contract, I'd be like, hey, I'll be your Huckleberry. You know what I'm saying? You got a terrible vet contract. I'll be your Huckleberry. That way I could trade the cats like Fournier and cats to other teams for nothing just to clear room so that Grimes, McBride, Quickley, Keels, Montero, Brunson, all these young guys can play.
Freezy, would you do the Westbrook and say Randle for Westbrook and they give you a pick, say a 27 like top 5 protected Lakers pick? The Lakers could be trashed by them by the time LeBron all these retire. You get that pick and you just tell Westbrook stay at home. You're expiring at $47 million next year. You open up $47 million cap.
If Westbrook agrees to stay at home,
Tom, stay at home. You have the year off. We just want you to expire. We want to pick him. We want you to expire.
Right. If he agrees to say, but the thing is that the circumstance is different in New York City because what happens is anytime the media here gets the whiff of anything about beef or turmoil, it turns into a grease fire. You know what I'm saying? Do I want to field questions from Mark Berman every day hey, why are you not playing Westbrook? The point guard position is struggling, and you have a former All-Star, former MVP at home. Why not play him?
Yeah, but I
Are
buy.
you guys
Yeah, but I
thinking?
buy him out.
And that's when you tell them straight
buy
up,
him
we
out.
want him as draft pick as expiring.
Yeah.
You tell them as it is.
I'm buying him out. I'm not even gonna let it get that far. I'm gonna buy him out. We're gonna work on. You can go pick whatever team you want to play on. Whatever. We'll just buy you out. We'll pay you 75%, 75 cents on the dollar. We're buying you out. That's it.
Would you just pay the 47 for the year, or you got to stretch him? I don't know. I don't know.
I know. Oh, hell
No,
no,
I'm not stretching him. I'm just buying him out. I'm not stretching him. Stretching him means you're gonna have him in your book.
You got to pay him through a couple of years. Yeah.
Now, what I would do is I would offer to stretch him, and then not stretch, but I would offer to buy him out, and then eat that salary, or I would just flat out cut him and let him go play somewhere. But I make sure that contract. I make sure that dead money is on my cap. That way, I could just play these kids without them looking over their shoulder.
And you in serious contention. You got serious cap space playing with going forward.
Going forward,
50 plus million.
You got 50 something plus million. You got space for two major players.
And you got four picks, but three that potentially. You're not going to get four conveying. You're definitely going to get your own pick, the Dallas pick, and potentially the Washington pick. So you have three picks in a draft too.
Not if they get Kevin Durant, we in trouble.
Oh,
who?
Washington.
Yeah.
That pick to convey that next year.
Yeah, if we get
because it's top 14. They get Kevin Durant. That pick goes into the 20s.
Right. And so I wanted to talk to y'all briefly about the Kevin Durant thing, right?
Yes.
And I know you guys maybe are not Durant fans,
I'm a Durant fan.
But I want to ask you if this front office had the opportunity to trade with Brooklyn to get Kevin Durant, and I know we're not on his wish list, right? But you know what a wish list is? It's a list of wishes. That's all it is. That's all it is, right? So if we had the opportunity to trade for a Kevin Durant, would you guys be open to trading for Kevin Durant to pair him with Jalen Brunson?
I give them all.
They could have the entire team.
11. I give them all 11 picks. The reason I wouldn't say players. The reason I wouldn't say players is because I need something left with him, because I know in Brooklyn when he was left alone, it wasn't enough to win. And if I'm bringing Kevin Durant in, I'm winning a championship. So it's either that or I know I have somebody coming with him. And I don't know what players run into play with Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving right now. So that's the only reason. But if you're giving up a boatload of picks and it is a couple of players, yeah, no problem. But I need something at least to play with the dude.
You're gonna have to give up a lot to get him. At this point, he's in the backside of his prime, which is still a great backside of the prime.
Right.
You can't play with that. You would absolutely whatever it took to get him to come play with to play. See, here's my thing with Kevin and Kyrie. Y'all said y'all wanted your own frontier. You wanted to get out of the shadows of Cleveland. You wanted to get out of the shadows of Golden State. And Brooklyn may not be New York. It may not be, their fan base is always going to be little brothers and all that. Get all of that. But you still had fertile ground here. Right. To do whatever you want with a willing owner who's giving your buddy $40 million just to come be buddies with you on the bench.
Right.
How do you run away? How do you run away from this and to go do what? You think another team is going to take both of you guys on the same team again to have you do the same thing? For their legacy, it just looks so bad for them. Neither one of them have any leadership gene in them.
So here's my package: Randle, RJ, Fournier, 5 firsts, 5 seconds. Would you do that?
Lord have mercy.
I think the do it with the 5 seconds. They have to turn into 5 more firsts for the Nets to do it.
Would they? Okay.
Rudy just got 4 players and 5 picks. So you might would throw that in the trash.
Rudy.
Yeah, he getting more than that. What's good, y'all?
Hey, what's up, boss?
I'm not even going to highlight to even rock with that dude. And don't get it wrong. His game is superb. You know what I'm saying? He the best thing out there on that wood.
But Jay Boogie, as soon as he get his jersey, he the greatest Nick of all time, bro.
I mean, I understand that he's intentions of as being the greatest scorer it is in the history of this game. So that's a little bit further than the Knicks. But my thing is, man, I'm not trying to pamper this dude. Dude, you's a baby, man. Both of them dudes is non-leaders, and they went together, and nobody knew how to be a leader. It's like when Tony told Manny, yo, I pay you to watch my back. That truck been sitting outside, man. You're not an organizer, man. Stop trying to organize. They're not organizers. So, they got what they got because that's what they needed to get, man. But, man, I'm not trying to bring that dude over here, man. I hope nobody want him. Stay in Brooklyn. Matter of fact, take the rims out of there. Make it into a community center. Don't care nothing about them at all, period.
Last thing I heard, the Knicks wasn't cool. So I can't, stuff like that. When you pick a team and everybody in the city know y'all the 2 of the best players and the city still stick with the Knicks, I can't go back around and even want KD. I love KD, respect KD, but after that, I'm good. As a real Knicks fan, I'm good. Especially if we got to give up somebody that could be for our future, and he only got a few years left before he's 40 years old. That's the big picture for me.
Stop it, Hard. Stop it, Hard. You done had fights with your lady. And whatever, and then said something a little bit too much, and then came back around when it was time to come back around. Stop it.
Nah, I don't want KD, yo.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
I respect him. I respect him, though.
Shouts to Hardwill. Shouts to Steel. Shouts to Freezy. Thanks for letting me in. I just have to get this off my chest. Okay. I feel like the Knicks are building something which is culture, smart players that are willing to listen to Tibbs and get into this, winning culture. Regardless if they're not, super talents, don't listen to ESPN. Don't listen to, we need a superstar. Just think about the guys that are coming in and working hard and doing the extra work. This is what the Knicks want. You know what I mean? Brunson is one of those guys that are going to come in and tell these guys, hey, look, you need to be here on the floor and cut here and do this and do that. Think about that. So everybody in the chat that is talking about, hey, Randle, he's okay with, slapping, laptops and throwing basketballs and walking away and not, dapping his picking Obi up off the floor. Think about it. We're building a culture. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I called in, because I hate when people say, it's not about culture. It's about culture. It's about people that want to win. It's a team effort. That's why the Warriors and the Celtics were able to build something. You know what I mean? This is what we're trying to build. That's all I want to say, man. Like, y'all keep going. What's up, Jay Boogie? I hate this, man. I hate
what's good, my brother.
I hate when people. Else. I hate when people they divide. They say Randle and Obi can't play together. They probably could, but we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows how development is going? Who knows what Tibbs is saying? Hey, look, work on this, work on that. When they signed a guy like Isaiah Hartenstein, I look at him. He's a passer. He's a blocker. He's a team player. He's a glue guy. You know what I'm saying? But he also is a defensive guy. You know what I mean? So signing Mitch. You know, you got all these guys like blending together. You know, you got Grimes coming back playing defense on the top. You know, like we got rid of a sore, which is Kemba. Kemba was a sore dude. You know what I mean? Like he was a sore. They got rid of him.
Straight
He's
stab.
out. Yeah, he's out. You know what I mean? So you know, Noel looked like he didn't want to be here no more because he didn't want to get on the court. He's out. You know, I see the tomatoes. Don't worry about it. That's cool. Pudge and Sherwin, you guys are haters. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm shouting you out right now. You guys are haters. You guys are not Knicks fans. Out.
Yeah, but what about on the court stuff though? What about the on the court stuff?
Well, you know, like
you was mentioning.
Well, here's the thing, right? So it's the eye test, right? So if you look the way the Knicks were playing towards the end of the year, right? IQ, Obi, they had
Go ahead.
I think he froze on the tomatoes. Did my man say yo? Did my man say Sherwin? I see your tomatoes.
And then you add and you sprinkle in.
Oh, there we go.
You know, Brunson, right? He's around their age. He's 25. Obi's what, 22? You know, IQ and Obi is 20, 21, 22. These guys are all around going to be around the same age. You got to put these guys on the court to play together. You know what I mean? Like if you have Taj was cool, you know, because he showed the vets, he showed the young guys how to move around the court and stuff like that. But he got to go. You know what I mean? Like it's time. Taj got to go. But you know,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. How you saying culture and then saying Taj got to go? Taj is good for
No. Taj is part of the culture, but he might be there at the end of the game, but Taj already did his job. Taj is about what, 37, 38 years old? I mean, you know.
I'm not gonna lie, Taj, you can get him back for $1 million. He's taking a $5.5 million cap hit, and I think we could use that somewhere else, to be honest.
Exactly.
Get that man some versus tickets.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know, but
Mario and Amarion, yeah.
But you know, like we're trying to build some type of like, you know, like work hard, you know, strive hard type of team. You know what I mean? Grimes, this is the reason why Grimes is so in Tibbs's, you know, circle, is because Grimes is like that type of dude. Like, yeah, he might not beat you off the first step, but he's gonna work hard to get on that court. And that's the guys that I want. Yeah, we don't have a superstar, but guess what? Who knows? RJ or Obi might be a superstar. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. But give them time, man. Just stop saying, hey, trade IQ, trade Obi and the first for OG Anunoby. What are we talking about? OG?
OG Anunoby is a hard man.
OG is nice.
Yeah,
but,
he a hard worker.
Yeah, but we already seen his card though. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he's cool, but is he worth two of our players and the first? No, he's not.
No, young Knicks fans gotta stop falling.
No, he's not.
Young Knicks fans gotta stop falling in love with the guys you draft just because they stood up on draft night. It doesn't mean your young guys are better than anybody else's.
But still, our players are 2 years into the league, right? This is their third year, right? So you're going for OG, and he's shown a little bit, but why would you trade two of our potential players for one potential?
Because that one potential may be that much better. That one potential may be that much better.
He's an NBA champion.
But here's the thing. Why do they want to trade him though?
I don't care. We gotta stop that, yo. I don't care why they want to trade him. So
he wants out.
I'm saying there's a reason.
AD,
there's a reason.
Can I ask you a question, AD? Do you think if we get KD, we're gonna win it? We're gonna win a ring?
I think you're in contention.
I think you're closer than you were the day
I
before.
think you are at the Nets. The Nets are about to go back to purgatory. They're about to go back to the days of when they used to wear that nasty looking uniform
The
in the
acid
swamp.
wash. Are you talking the acid
Yeah,
wash?
that acid watch when they had 7 owners. You know, you a player like that hard. You can't tell me he wants to come play for you. You're gonna close the door in his face. You're not.
No, what I'm saying is like
I
Jay
agree,
Boogie
but I
said.
need that.
Like
Like,
Jay Boogie said, if Rudy Gobert went for all that, imagine what KD going for. Then
I'm fine with it.
No,
We
look,
don't.
then
I'm
he got a
fine.
few,
I'm
look,
fine with it.
he got a few more years in the league, right? And out of all of that, you definitely could get a star. You talking about RJ and everything for him?
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. RJ ain't never gonna be. RJ ain't never gonna be.
No.
KD.
I'm not. See, that's the thing. Like Homeboy was just saying, some of the stuff he just said, he had good points because you got to compare all the stuff and then the situation. So I agree with you, but not when it's a player that's only got a few more years, even if he's as great as KD, because the way it's been going, he gonna need a year to get used to the team. Look, Vegas called Brooklyn to win 2 years in a row. Brooklyn ain't did nothing. Even though COVID happened, but just look at that. Every year,
but they have caught.
They don't win.
Yeah, but over the last 2 years wasn't totally Brooklyn's fault, as you just said. The last 2, you got a pandemic. You got. I mean, I don't want to take up for them. You understand what I'm saying? But they did have legitimate reasons. You got 3 of the top 10 players in their generation playing
and they
together.
got swept. And they got swept.
And
it's a winners
but
league.
The 3 of them never played together. The 3 of them never played playoffs together.
But AD, that's their fault because they thought they was that good, not to have a good coach, not to have a certain amount of games together. Sometimes I always say the team ball beat superstar ball, and that's what's going on. Is superstars playing team ball in the NBA. Good players, rather, all-stars. Let me say that better. All-stars even playing better team ball to beat teams that's just playing ISO ball like KD and Kyrie was doing. And that goes to show the amount of games played together, the coach, all that comes into play when you're going to win a chip. And I don't see, and that's my point.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, I was done.
There was at a point where this guy, the coach, Steve Nash would have a practice, and Kyrie would have his own practice afterwards. After this dude just ran a practice, he was like, "Yeah, let's get together and let's talk about and run his own practice."
Now we got to be careful there, guy. You know what I'm saying? And we got to be careful there. And the things that the media tends to feed us to come up with their own narrative to paint somebody in the negative. Yo, you know how many guys, all of these guys after practice is over, they play with each other anyway. They play with each other to get their games better anyway. I remember hearing stories of Dr. J taking out Iceman after the games, and he said Doc used to make him play with him after every practice. That's just a negative. That's just a negative narrative right there to make him look bad. Every good ball player does that.
I'm not saying.
Kobe used to do that.
No, I'm not saying.
Wait. Hey, the Kobe
players
thing.
don't
Wait a
do
minute. The Kobe thing is different. The thing, Byron Scott used to pull Kobe to the side and work on him afterwards, right?
I'm not saying.
And then as they progressed, Kobe took that and then started doing it to other players. It's something that you learn when you're young, and then after practice you do a certain thing, right? Bench players do it all the time. Like bench players don't get no run in the game. They play against each other after practice to keep their skills sharp because they're not practicing and playing.
And on top of that, we're talking about a guy that said we don't need a coach. You get what I'm saying?
But what about this? What about this? Why did Brooklyn hire Steve Nash in the first place?
I think they were trying to hit a home run, and they were trying to get like the up and coming coach, and You know,
No,
he was like
KD's guy.
very.
He was KD's guy. They were close. They had a very close relationship. He
Yeah,
worked with
they
KD
they
With
were.
and
Golden
stuff.
State. At
Yeah,
So
Golden State.
he was
yeah.
KD's dude.
I think. Yeah,
Right.
Joe's right. I think they were trying to do like this whole like he's an up and comer and KD is cool with him.
But he had no head coaching experience. And as a matter of fact, he had no assistant coaching experience. Right. And at the same time, him and Kevin Durant, even though both to be Hall of Famers, they played different positions on the floor.
Look, you think LeBron ain't coaching? You think LeBron ain't coaching the Lakers or any team that he's ever been on? Of course he is. Whether you like it or not, of course he is. He's that big in there. That's what superstars do.
Let me take you back even further. You don't think Larry Bird is the reason why Casey Jones got fired? Casey Jones would legit be calling up a play, and Larry Bird be like, "F that, give me the ball and get out the way." Y'all remember that because they have it on tape. They showed it on the old NBA Entertainment highlight tapes, the old VCR tapes you used to get in the mail. Larry Bird was like, "F that, give me the ball and get out the way." Right, he did that against the Atlanta Hawks in the Omni, and I know people don't remember what the Omni is. Don't be DMing me like, "What's the Omni, Uncle Freezy?" Don't be asking me what the Omni is. It's where the Hawks used to play back in the day, right? They drew up a play. They put their two best defenders on Bird. Bird still told them before the inbound pass, "I'm going right here and I'm going to take this shot. I'm going to hit it and go smoke a cigarette." And you know what happened? They put their two best defenders on Larry Bird. Larry Bird got the ball, put the ball in the air, and started asking for a lighter. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I understand where Bo is coming from with the superstars shouldn't be usurping power from the coaches and all that. So I understand that. That's in a perfect world. But superstars get coached differently, bro. Superstars get handled differently. That's why
you have to have some type of a marriage, Freezy. You see what I'm saying? Because those guys who are that big, the young guys, those are the ones on the team, they're looking at them. Right. You got to have some kind of marriage. You can't treat a superstar the way how you would treat the number 15th guy on the bench.
Right.
Yeah. He gonna pretty much be able to have a say so where he go.
He gotta have a say. He gotta have a say so.
If he don't play,
I don't think so. Usually it's respect. He didn't leave that organization respect. He came in and they had somewhat of a culture, and he left it in shambles. If I was the owner, I'd be like, "Screw you! I'm sending you where I'm getting my package. Go deal with it elsewhere."
I agree.
He left that it's a mess. If he was a Knick and it was that situation, I'd said send him to Utah and get whatever you can the most out of him. I don't care, because it's not right. You need to have respect in the organization and have somewhat proved, like, have enough of playoff experiences or enough achievement to say, "Oh, I want to go here." Like LeBron has, or AD done enough with the Pelicans to say, "I want to go." Harden had done enough with Houston. You're looking then at KD, like what did he do with the organization? One playoff series win for $2 billion.
Joe, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question. Would you have made that trade and traded Harden for a man who's scared of his shadow?
Well, you had to get whatever you can for him. Everyone knew they wanted to go to Harden. You had to take what you got.
My point is, you moved heaven and earth to get those three together. You think I was gonna let Harden just walk just because he's having a bad day? You're gonna work this out. I'm not gonna take on that crazy man who's scared of his own shadow, who doesn't know if he wants to play basketball anymore. Why would I make that trade?
Well, do you know what the trade I wouldn't have made? I wouldn't have traded my depth for James Harden, traded my depth, my future. Do you know they traded 5 unprotected? None of them protected. They can't even go into a tank because they don't own their own picks. So every year's draft is on the fate of somebody else from what they get from these two back. So they have to somewhat build because they messed up they can't even tank. Houston hit the lottery if the Nets are a mess. Kind of like the Nets, how the Nets set up Boston Celtics beautifully. It's gonna be the same thing with Houston.
When the Clippers did that,
help everybody else but themselves.
When the Clippers did that for Paul George, nobody said anything because it was for Kawhi. Remember, the Clippers did the same thing. Nobody said anything because why? Kawhi didn't have a negative narrative attached to his name. It was they're going for it. They're trying to take over the city of the Lakers. Da 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 da. How's that looked? How's that look several years later?
They made the trade to get Kawhi. The thing is with James Harden, Kyrie, and Durant were already there. They decided to pack in their future and pack in all the picks for a run. And it didn't pan out, and it backfired within the space of 14 or 16 months. The difference with the good thing is the Clippers have injury, and they still have they packed in their future, but they still have depth and they still have the pieces. And at least them dudes try and play. Like Kawhi's been out for injury, but you don't hear nothing from Kawhi. The Clippers are happy. They didn't go in and mess up the organization. They're not like Kyrie Irving. Oh my God, it's 90 degrees outside. I have to take the week off.
So you're upset. So you're upset because they're boring. So you're upset because they're boring, because the Clippers stayed in their place, in their little brother place. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying was the Clippers now are probably going to be competing for a championship again next year. Brooklyn Nets are in turmoil. They're competing for nothing unless they get to work this out with them too. What I'm saying is they had them too. And instead of putting pieces around them and being smart, they said, you know what? We're going to go for the Grand Slam. I'm going to throw my future away for a guy who hasn't won anything, was another ball dominant guy. And you knew the minute they trade for them, my buddy's a Nets fan. The minute they trade for him, he says, we in trouble. He was said, we made a big mistake making that move. That backfired. And now with these two, it backfired even more, because it's one thing if these two left, they could tank. They can't even tank now, or even go into a rebuild because they don't own their pick.
Joe, let me just say this real quick, just real quick. So I think that the Nets rebuild thing is a slightly overblown, and here's why. Here's why. Because if you trade Kevin Durant, right, you can get back valuable young pieces in that trade. If you trade Kyrie, you can get valuable pieces in that trade, whether it's a young player that you can build with or a veteran that you can later trade for additional pieces. But here is the key thing that we didn't mention. The cupboard is not bare in Brooklyn. You still have quality players in Brooklyn that you could trade. And I would guarantee you that the Knicks would consider an Emmanuel Quickley for Seth Curry right now. You think the Knicks wouldn't consider that? Yes, they would. And then they also have Ben Simmons, who right now seems like his value is at an all-time low, right? And it probably is. But there are other players on other teams like the Knicks who have players whose trade value is at an all-time low, and they can't move it either. What I would consider about the Brooklyn thing is in the moment, all seems like it's lost. But in the long game, all is not lost with Brooklyn. And I understand the pick thing. I do. And I understand that because Oklahoma City murdered the Clippers in that deal, right? And the Pacers murdered OKC in the deal. It's all reciprocal. Somebody, in order to get a Ferrari, you got to pay Ferrari prices. That's just the cost of doing business, right? Because if not, then everybody would be driving Ferraris, right? But so what I'm getting at though is Brooklyn is in a good place for adding 2 Hall of Famers, right? In the grand scheme of things, the Knicks did not add 2 Hall of Famers, and they wanted them. Don't get it twisted. The Knicks wanted those 2 players and would have dealt with that headache, right? They would have dealt with the headache if that meant the Knicks would have been relevant, but the Knicks can't. So we're forced to do it the other way. But if we could have did it the easy way, you could go get a doofus coach and just let him coach Hall of Famers and take you to the deep into the playoffs. That would have been the easy route. But instead, your coach has to be absolutely perfect on every day because he's got ham sandwiches. And we sit here and we criticize the coach for not being perfect every day with those ham sandwiches. But if you had Kevin Durant taking shots as opposed to Julius Randle, we wouldn't be having these conversations as Knicks fans. And if we had Kyrie Irving as opposed to Alec Burks at point, we wouldn't be having these conversations. So along with for when you get your Ferrari, the oil change on a Ferrari is going to cost you $6,000. On your Honda, it's going to cost you $49.99 at Sippy Lube. You know what I'm saying? It's just the cost of doing business, bro. Now, and I get what you're saying about what it looks like in the moment. And to be honest with you, I think I might agree. But the intellectual part of me says, hey, listen, slow down. Pat the brake. A team, all you got to do is put Kevin Durant on a trading block, and teams are going to blow up your phone with trade offers. But if you put Julius Randle on a trading block, ain't nobody calling you. Jay Boogie, am I lying? If you put Kevin Durant on the trading block, teams are going to blow up your phone. But if you put Julius Randle on the trading block, is somebody going to blow up your phone? No.
And this is why
I'll trade Randle and a couple picks for their KD.
This is why I like when Freezy does these like off the wall, like, you know, like scenarios, because you got to think about it. We're talking about KD, who's a 30-point, you know, a year scorer. You know what I mean? And yeah, he may be
a top 15 player of all time.
Right. And then,
I could argue with you right now that Kevin Durant is better than Dr. J.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
I could legit
say for sure.
Kevin Durant is a better net than Dr. J.
For sure.
No.
Yes.
No. Doc got their only world championship. Put some respect on that.
What?
Not as he may be a better player than Doc, but not as a net. Look at Doc's numbers as a net. Doc got them to the
as
ABA
a net or a 76.
No, Doc has them when the ABA Nets.
Yeah,
Doc has them as a world championship.
The New York Nets. The New York Nets when they played in what's the place out there on the island where the Islanders play at? Nassau Coliseum. Yeah.
We talk about ABA or NBA?
ABA. He may be. Right. That's when Doc was a net. He may be a better player than Doc, but not as a net.
Right. But what I'm saying is you can entertain that conversation. Is what I'm saying. AD is you can entertain. Yes. I could listen to somebody at least compare the two, right? And we're talking about we don't want Kevin Durant, bro. You got to consider that, bro. You got to consider it. What if the Knicks done in the last 30 years to make us say, I don't even want to consider a Kevin Durant?
But Freezy, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
No,
it's his age though. I'm sorry, Harlow. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I wanted to ask you because that's what we was talking about. And when you had one out, isn't he gonna have a say so? Like they can't just send him somewhere, right? Because he's gonna have to meet with that team before they make the deal because all the assets and things that's gonna be involved in the deal. If he don't want to play somewhere, in reference to that, like I think he's gonna go to a contender, just to make the long story short. And I don't think the Knicks would be one of his destinations, giving him a chance to win. So do you think if they tried to send him, they're not gonna just try to send him anywhere because they would have to meet with him and Kleiman or whatever the dude that works with him, right?
Right.
Before they just say K's going here and he has to go, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to.
No. I used us for example as an example because you and Jay Boogie and others mentioned the fact that you don't know you're not necessarily open to the idea of trading for Kevin Durant.
No, you're right. I wasn't really talking about why you brought it up. It's cool to discuss it because even when you brought it up again, I said I would probably give up rent, do a couple players and picks for that because it'll give you a chance to automatically change your team, right? But I wouldn't give away my future for something that's only in a 3-year window.
What's your future though? That's what I wanted to ask you when you said it about 20 minutes ago. What's your future?
Think about it. For KD, they're gonna want everything.
No. I ain't talking about. I'm talking about what's the next future. I don't care about the KD package.
Right now, they just paid Brunson. They're gonna pay RJ. That's their future. They're gonna pay. They got Randle.
So you wouldn't give up Kevin Durant for Brunson and RJ?
And Randle, it'll be your whole team. I mean, that's your future. You giving away your future for players that can play longer than 3 years. Is you going to win in those 3-4 years? That's the shot that's the swing you taking. But that's why I said he wouldn't go to our team because he don't probably think we have a good shot to win because of who else is on the team after we give up everything, right? That's going to be left for him to have a shot to win. You see what I'm trying to say? So it would have to be a team that got enough players to give up what the Nets want and him still go to a team that's going to have players left on that team to continue.
Nobody has that. Nobody has that.
Hey, Stephen O. I didn't say trade Brunson. What I'm saying is I asked what the future was, and I will say, would you give up the future? I know you can't trade Brunson. Now, he
asked me what the future was, and I just said that is our future because they paid him. But we speak hypothetically.
Nobody has that hard. You see, the thing is to land a fish like that, you're gonna have to tell him, yo, I'm willing to take Kyrie too, or I'm willing to bring in. You got to bring in somebody with him. He's not coming. He's not coming. Of course, I'm taking Kyrie to get KD. Of course.
Yes.
Wait, so you're going to take Kyrie and KD and run it back here?
You're going to do all that over again. Just do it all over again.
Run it back the other side of New York, in tougher New York. They couldn't have Brooklyn, and you want to do it here.
Right. Oh, okay. So
I'm doing it.
So y'all are saying you won't do it because we won't do it because we'll lose games, right? Guess what? Y'all been losing anyway.
That's like taking a girl who didn't want you. Now the other dude didn't work. Now she coming back to you.
No, man. But the thing
dudes have been doing that. Dudes been doing that since the beginning of time. Stop acting like you don't know dudes that don't do that.
Stop. Yo, bro, you're not winning the chip like that, bro.
Stop it.
Hey, but are we winning the chip with this team?
No, but doing that is going to take our chances away from building a team because people that do that and give away their future, that's going to set them back if they don't win. That's why it's going to have to be a team that's going to have to win in that window right there. And it's proven right now what they just did is problems. I don't even think they're going to the same team. That's my opinion.
No team is dumb enough to do it.
They may
maybe the Sacramento Kings, but if people will look, if the Knicks went and got them two dudes, the assets you're giving up, number one, you're giving up now the future and some, and two, the backlash you get in when it doesn't work because it's not going to work. So why you trying something that you already know has failed? I understand.
You don't know. No, it's not going to work. That's the other thing that I want to get into.
It's not going to work.
And you're talking about these two players like they're not two of the greatest ball players that you have ever seen or will ever see.
But AD,
right? Then two real quick. You can't say that it's not going to work when Steve Nash is not what we consider a great NBA head coach, and then you trade them, say to Miami under Eric Spoelstra, who is hot and heavy after them right now. You trade them to Miami under Eric Spoelstra and say it's not going to work. It's crazy because we've seen Eric Spoelstra win championships with a big three.
Who said that?
Joe just said it's not going to work. Joe just said it wasn't going to work.
What, Miami situation? I didn't say that.
No. He said Kevin Durant and Kyrie is not going to work. But you can't just take it. It's a thing you got to look at in context, right?
Miami's hot out of Durant, and I think that we're interested in Kyrie, but they're not going to go get both.
Miami can't trade for them.
One team would definitely go for both. Both of them are going to get traded, but nobody's going to take the two of them together. I don't think that no team's ponying up that risk.
They will have to move Ben Simmons because Bam is on a rookie contract like Ben Simmons.
Yeah, they can't get what they want back, so they have to load up on picks because half the league can't get moved.
Now, hard with his contract extension kicking this season. He was drafted in 2017. It kicked in this season. Him and Donovan Mitchell and Frank Ntilikina, that draft class.
Oh, I thought him and you talking
about Bam Adebayo? You talking about Bam Adebayo, right? Yeah, his contract extension kicked in this season.
Okay. I heard they was on some type of deal that they can't be on the same team or something like that. That's why Miami couldn't put Bam in that deal. I don't know if that's true. If you saying
Ben Simmons is on a rookie contract extension, is the rookie max extension,
And so is Bam
Two
Adebayo.
rookie max extension can't be on the same roster. The
And
NBA
so
was
is Bam. That's what I'm saying.
So that cuts off Devin Booker. It cuts off half the league. So they need to go players that are older, that are all-stars, or you're going after picks because you're not getting the likes of Devin Booker. You're not getting Mitchell. You're not getting them type of dudes unless you're moving Simmons.
Right. You talk, wait a minute. You talking about Kyrie and KD, or you talking about moving Ben Simmons to Miami?
No, he's saying that's what I was saying at first. You said Bam got an extension, but he got a rookie extension. That's the
rookie
same thing that Ben Simmons got. That's what Joe just said. So you can't trade Bam in the deal for KD because him and Ben can't be on the same team. So he's saying they would have to move Ben first for the Miami deal to go through. That's what he's explaining.
Or a lot of any other deals for like Donovan Mitchell, for Devin Booker, half the league more or less. Any player that's on a rookie contract extension. It's
John Morant, your Zions, all of them. Yep.
None of them can be on the same roster as Ben Simmons. So they have to move Ben Simmons if they want to get something substantial back.
Exactly. So you can't trade Booker, none of them dudes like that. All of them dudes just got signed. They show like 15 teams that can't go over there and be traded with Simmons still there. And the other ones you can't trade them because they just signed for deals. And them dudes are stuck, man. Let them ride the A train.
There's like 25 teams, 25 guys, 30
on the train and all that.
So are you guys saying that
you know what team can do that though?
Yes. Tell him, Freezy. Tell him.
The New York Knicks.
Now what?
I just can't believe in 1 week later when we talking about how we building the team and playing the youth, just how fast y'all leading the march to throw all that away already.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are y'all saying?
That's not what I said.
Y'all would
not pounding the table for them.
Man, that's the same. Them the same people. If you get popped, you tell your man, "Yo, watch my kids and take care of my kids," and they holler at your chick, and then you come home and you cool with him hollering at your chick. Right?
That ain't what we saying.
God forbid that man get hurt. God forbid that man get hurt. And that whole idea.
I got something on his books.
And you know why it's not a good thing? Because remember, they said Knicks wasn't cool. Now they want to leave Brooklyn. So we proved we was cool. All the fan base stood still. We didn't have better players, right? So at the end of the day, it wouldn't make sense for our organization to do that because they didn't.
Business hard.
Hold on.
We're not even entertaining it. We're not even entertaining it. I'm glad.
We in a fake talent acquisition mode. We in a fake talent acquisition mode. We only want ham sandwiches and stuff. We don't eat. You know what I'm saying? We don't want real talent. We just want to get
Spider Mitchell's where it's realistic.
38 wins forever. That's us. That's us. I only want to win 38 games, bro.
They still gonna have to learn how to play.
I want to wear my lottery ring. I don't want to wear a world championship ring. I want to wear my lottery ring. You know what I'm saying? Come on, ain't no ring for the lottery, bro. Ain't no ring for the lottery. For one, I'm not pounding the table for KD or Kyrie, right? What I'm saying is if we build it, man, just pick a direction and go. Like if you say you're gonna play the kids. That's what I'm saying. What I'm asking is, who are we to turn down Hall of Famers?
Ask it again.
Exactly.
We not there yet, bro. If a Hall of Famer is saying, hey man, I'm looking at the Knicks, we not in no position to turn up our nose and walk away.
So who you giving up, Freezy?
I ain't giving up nothing because I'm not saying that I'm pounding the table for the deal. What I'm saying is we shouldn't be in this mode where we turning down like talent. And like I like the direction we going in. We got a direction. I'm saying don't shift gears to go in a different direction.
Fact.
But also
unless.
But that's what we always do. We dump everything we got for the next star. That's our history. We always do that. And it didn't pan out.
No, but we never do that. That's another narrative. That's not true.
We gave up for Melo.
Name 5 times that this happened.
Melo. Nah, we ain't do it that many times because it ain't that many times.
But you said always. You said always though. You said always. You said always.
We did it a couple times.
You're right, but we ain't do it a couple times, bro. It's one time. This one time We gave away a bunch of ham sandwiches for a certified walk-in bucket Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Right? And then
believe they were ham sandwiches.
that move wasn't the move that hurt us. It was the subsequent, it was the moves after that hurt us. You know what I'm saying? Like signing Tyson Chandler instead of signing Chris Paul. That hurt us. You know what I'm saying? Not the Melo trade. Because in theory, if you'd have just signed Melo and if you'd have just signed Chris Paul, who was wanting to be a Knick at the time, his agent was a dude named Leon Rose. They at my man wedding in Connecticut talking about how they gonna form this big organization in New York.
Yep.
And the Knicks go sign Tyson Chandler. And instead of waving Amari, who you knew had $80 million left on two bad knees, you waved Chauncey Billups.
You waved Chauncey Billups. Yep.
Big buckets.
That had nothing to do with the Melo trade. That was
fans will never get that. Fans will never get that, Freezy. They'll never. All they remember is we gave up on Gallinari.
We gave up on Raymond Felton.
And Raymond Felton. All these ham sandwiches.
Right.
Ham sandwiches.
Not the fact that we got two Hall of Famers in the same deal. We got Chauncey Billups and Carmelo in the same deal. We got Chauncey and Carmelo.
It has to move the needle now. It has to make a difference though to me now if we do it. It can't just be. It gotta be a win.
One thing is sure, the Knicks are sitting right in the bushes. They're in the bushes looking.
It's only a 3-year run.
In a great position right now. We got a lot of draft picks, and as you know, as people always been saying, I ain't been saying, but I know guys been saying we have movable contracts. You know what I'm saying? So they're sitting in the bushes waiting on the right situation that's going to come and occur to them. Trust and believe. If they wanted to, they can go get that dude. They can go offer everything because we got a few players and them picks. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody get ready gonna want to come and sign with the Brooklyn Nets after what happened, and they gonna let it be known that they don't know what they're doing in the organization. They're already talking about that on TV, saying the organization don't know what they're doing. I appreciate they saying that about somebody in the city. They ain't talking about us. You know what I'm saying? So they will take a bunch of draft picks to maneuver some guys. But like I said, man, Rudy got 5 draft picks and they just show 6 players. You know what you're gonna have to give up for this dude?
A lot of them players think it's his salary. What was Rudy making? Rudy was making 40 plus, right?
Man, all I know is they got $500 million in down low in the paint, and the game don't even consider being in the paint.
How many draft picks?
I'm saying he got a few years. It's a 3-year run. I don't think it's worth it for a 3-year run.
How many first round picks with the
4-year run
for KD right now? Straight up, first round picks for KD. How many do you think they'll take?
8? They can have as many as they want.
No, 8. But I'm saying, give me a number though. 8.
And what if
they
he get
can
hurt?
have 6. They can have 8. Look, it's one thing. Is they can, of course, they can have 8.
No. Let me just ask
of course, they can have 8.
Do you think?
Yes.
Do you think they can get 8, and that's a good deal?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's start here. Let's say we give up 5, right? Do you think we get 2 first round for Randle right now somewhere? Think somebody will give us 2 first for Randle?
No.
Maybe you'll get 1.
Okay. RJ, how many?
You'll get 2.
Fournier, how many?
You're not getting a first round pick for Fournier.
Okay. 1 youth. Give up 1 youth. Pick a youth. Can we get a first round for a youth?
You can get a first round for Grimes.
Okay. That's 4.
Late first round.
So that'll be 4 first rounds with our 5. We can offer them 9 with those 3 guys. 9 first round with those 3 guys. Randle, RJ, and Grimes. Would you do that deal for KD?
In my sleep.
So therefore it's possible to get KD without wiping out our team.
Of course it is.
So the people are talking about getting KD is going to kill our team and stunt our growth. It's not accurate. We can get KD by giving up Randle, RJ, and Grimes to other teams for first round picks because they may not want those guys. They may just want the picks. and we can get 5 of our first, so we have a abundance of first rounds, and 9 first rounds will get us a deal, and we'll have Brunson, KD, Obi, Mitch, IQ, keep it Cam. We still got a squad that would be guaranteed a competitive conference champion.
I saw LeBron take less. Remember, I saw LeBron take less to the finals.
Exactly.
But KD's not LeBron.
KD's not LeBron.
Man,
That's what I was about to say.
I couldn't say it fast
Oh,
enough.
man.
I knew that was coming.
KD's
And
Now KD's not
what I
LeBron.
wanted to say was the window of the time frame and in reference to if this man could get injured or the small window you have to win. And you have to go all the way and win because
3
everything
years?
that you're giving up.
3 or 4
You know what I'm saying?
years.
I think KD is 35. So you're talking 38, 39, around that age should be. So, you can't. He's one of the best players in the league. You can't deny it. I'm just saying, when you see something how it play out right across the bridge, and it didn't work, that's like trying to do the same thing again on your squad, and it didn't make sense right there. So I just didn't see it. And don't get me wrong, and Freezy, I'm big on saying, these players could go for some talent. You know what I'm saying? But that's right there is just less than the word about that. It's like shifting your whole gear now for something that's not really sustainable, in my opinion.
Okay, so the picks we have right now that we're holding, we're waiting for maybe next year an all-star, right? A superstar. Is that what we're doing?
Again, yes, that's what they're doing.
So isn't KD what we're waiting for, but he's here today, not next year?
He's already in the flesh. He's real.
So my point is, give up those 5 picks. Most of you guys don't even like Randle. I like Randle, but he's not going to necessarily fit. That's 2 first rounds. RJ, I like RJ, but RJ is a possibility compared to RJ and Randle for KD. That's a done deal. So right away, that's 8 first rounds. And then if we want to add some more extra icing, Grimes is 9 first round picks potentially if they don't want Grimes directly. And we have KD on the squad minus basically RJ and Randle. And Randle can be replaced by Obi. RJ can be replaced by Cam. And then IQ, McBride, the rest of the squad. I'm just saying, I'm saying that's a squad that's competitive, and we can fill in the other spots. I think that can get us to the conference finals next year.
You could absolutely, these picks. If this draft didn't teach us anything about these picks, they don't really mean anything. Because if these guys only see 4 players, there's 400 and some odd players between international and American players that entered the draft, and all of these guys didn't see nothing past the top 4. So what does it do to have all of these picks if a couple of people may be picking in front of you? And now what are you doing? You're trading out, you're trading down, you're trading back. Come on, these picks don't mean anything. They don't. These LeBrons and the KDs of the world, they come around once every 10 years. That's how these guys come around. They don't just sit there in every draft. In every draft, what do we hear? Oh, it's not as talented as we thought. But you spend 9 months advertising it as it's going to be the next great draft, and then when we get here, it's not as good as we thought.
Get me wrong,
No,
guys.
I agree with you.
I'm fine. I want to stay where we are right now. I'm on that path. I'm just saying I will not rule out the possibility of getting a top 10 player of all time. Currently the best player potential in the league right now. I just don't want to rule that out. So I'm just saying I want to stay where we are. So if you ask me if I was GM, I'm saying thanks, but no thanks. But if they start making some offers and start to lower their request a little bit, I gotta consider it, man. KD is a phenomenal, transformational player.
If you didn't consider it, the owner should fire you. If you did not consider it, if the owner heard that they wanted to do a deal with you and you was like, nah, I'm good, he should fire you.
So you'll go back to saying James Dolan should sell the team if it was reversed and James told him, you better not try to make a deal with that dude because how disrespectful they was to us.
Okay.
No, but see, here's the thing. James has that right. No, James has that right to say that because he's the owner of the team. Right. But if you had that opportunity and you didn't bring it to him, if you didn't bring it to him like yo owner, James, this is what we got on the table right here, whatever, he should fire you.
But what I'm saying is, as soon as Kevin said, yo, I want him out of here, James knew that. How do you not know that he did not pick up that phone and say, yo, I don't care what they talking about. I don't want him over here, period.
Okay. Again, like I said, he has the right to do that because he's the owner.
Okay, but I'm saying I'm just trying to put a little protection on Leon because you're saying if he did not possess the trade to the owner, he need to be fired. Maybe
a trade like that, Jay Boogie, with one of the greatest players of all times, and came across your desk.
Trust me, understand where you're coming from. I feel you, man. I understand, and I'm not. KD has the monstrous game, but you bring KD over here, and what you're gonna have to give up. You're not gonna have anything to put with him. KD is not beating these teams that are put together now by himself. He's not at the age.
He can't win with Kyrie and these players in Brooklyn. What's he gonna win with the Knicks?
Yeah, and then you talking about he got
balls in the first round with Kyrie and Blake Griffin and these other talented pieces around him. He's not gonna do anything in New York.
They got
I'm gonna trade in the future for 3 years of nothing at KD.
I can't believe AD, you just want to see some oohs and ahs in the building. That's all he's gonna bring. He dropped
first
50.
round out.
He dropped 40. He had a triple-double. That's trash. I'm trying to say it in the format how you would say. That shit is trash. Don't do me like that, AD.
You think you really believe a dudes who are that great, that's all they're gonna do is run up and down to get their numbers.
But what I'm
that's
saying,
all he's gonna do.
Who's running with him? And then he got 4 years. He don't have a player option, team option, none of that. So you do have him. That's what Brooklyn is trying to make you pay for, because if you get him, you're gonna have him for the 4 years. But just them 4 years, he's gonna be what, 38, somewhere around there. What are we gonna do after that? And we don't give away everything.
When is the last? Okay, let me.
First of all, can I say one thing real quick?
When is the last time? Hold on 1 second, Hard. When is the last time the Knicks took a swing at anything, my guy?
They took a swing the other day.
They took a light swing.
Okay. Light. It's either you swing or you don't. What? They check swinging? What you can check swing?
Yo, the two hottest names it is right now in New York is Aaron Judge and Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
They're the two biggest names in the city right now. Ain't no Kevin Durant, ain't no Kyrie, none of that.
So AD, what I was trying to say was, what I was trying to say, pardon me, bro. Like, you got to think about possibility that he could be injured. He do get injured. He only got a few years left on his career. You know, he got the type of body where if you want him to win the championship for you, you got a 3-year window. He said he's gonna be 38. So I look at a guy's how he handles situations, and if hypothetically, even though I know he wouldn't come here, if he did, he wouldn't stay throughout the whole situation. I don't think. You know what I'm saying?
He might ask Howard 1 year left on the deal.
He want to win. He want to win a ring. You know what I mean? I think it's gonna take time, even for one of the best players in the league on our team. So it just proven on that team, he still need to get right with the coach. Gel with his teammates. That alone is gonna take time. And when you sell your future for just that little window, to me, that's the danger there. That's the only danger that I see. Now, everything you say about him is undeniable. We can't argue that stuff. You know what I mean? Or what you said about not taking the swing. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you. I think this free agency right here, we took a light swing, and the more I see news breaking, that's why I call it a light swing. And hopefully they got something else, in store for us. And that's my take on the whole KD thing. KD's gonna have a choice on where he go. He's not gonna just be able to get sent wherever because there's too much going to the table. There's too much involved in that deal. Like Jay Boogie said with Gobert getting all of that. Imagine what you're gonna have to put on the table for him. That's a good way you can look at it. And
Harville, but I'm gonna preface it by saying again, I don't want to do the deal, but 5 first rounds next year or the next 2 years from us is not sacrificing our future. We still have three or four others, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trading Randle to somebody else for first rounders using the deal is a no-brainer for some of us because some of us want Randle gone so we can get his run.
Yeah.
Right? Trading RJ is a question mark where people who still, RJ's future is strong. That's where the challenge is to trade him somewhere or to them, first rounders, bring us to the 8 or 9 first rounders where we didn't sacrifice our future. We still got 8 youth on our team left. We're getting rid of RJ and Randle. We still got 8. If we take away Grimes, then we got 7 strong, youthful players on our team. I'm saying we didn't sacrifice our future. We did sacrifice making a great deal next year to move up in the draft or to find out a player. But KD is a transformational, once-in-a-lifetime kind of player for us to have access to. I'm saying it's not a sacrifice to say, let's try it. And then you know what? We run 2 years from now, he's still going to be viable. He's still going to be valuable. Maybe we flip him then back to getting another piece to replace him with. I'm not saying that's not, great. It's a great idea. And he may get injured and his skills may diminish some. Something may happen. But I'm just saying 2 years of KD right now for 5 picks that we have excess amount of picks for next year. Randle, which most of us again want to let go.
If you thinking cats are gonna get injured, you might as well pack up and go be an insurance sales agent. You're in the wrong field. You're in the wrong. This is high risk, high reward. You played basketball on some level. You see how hard those guys go at it. Can you imagine? You out there on the court and you a $40 million more player. The owner wants a $40 million worth of effort. You're gonna get a chop. You're gonna get a chop to the throat and all kinds of nonsense.
But you can't say a team.
It's not high risk, high reward. It's moderate risk, high reward. The risk is not that high.
Imagine how Brooklyn owner feel right now. Then that's all I gotta tell you. Just all you gotta do is imagine how the Brooklyn he's in this position that the same thing that we would want not to happen to us. It just happened to him.
Yeah, he put the word out. He's looking for JC now. Right there, where he at? He got Tata hostage right there.
Yo, that's what I'm trying to say. Right now, Brooklyn, and he came in and he said Knicks wasn't cool. And he tried, because remember, they're younger generation. So the kids just go and join Brooklyn. He tried to make the Knicks organization. He tried to mess with our stock. But it didn't work. It did not work because the fans still
all spirit and love and war. Dude, you're acting like the previous owner. See, this is why I understand with Knicks fans. Your memories is really short, right? Okay, you can't forgive that. Do you remember the previous owner, the Russian dude? He had a life-size picture of him and Jay-Z up the street from the Garden. Up the street from the Garden.
And guess where it went? Up the street from the Garden.
Right? Who cares?
Yo,
listen, man. The Nets was just in the playoff. The biggest star that was in there at home for the playoffs was Mary J. Hove ain't even coming up in there. Everybody know it. It's some trash going over in their organization, man. Over with, man.
Would it be great if we took KD from them and won a ring? Wouldn't that be
yes!
Great?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Conference finals. If we took AD and went to conference finals with him, wouldn't that be like, yo, Nets, you guys suck? It's the Garden.
Yes!
Even though KD dissed us, we could make the Nets look like punks. We took KD from them and won a ring. Or at least win the conference finals, all the NBA finals. Anyway, anything conference finals and above, we'll make the Nets look like absolute. They would want to trade. They would want to go move to Vegas. They'd be like, yo, is the Vegas slot still open? Is Seattle still available? The Nets would want to go back to Long Island. If we took KD and won a chip or won a conference finals with them. I'm just saying, all possibilities are there. And it's not going to bank up our team for the next 5 years. It's going to give us a chance to get there, guaranteed playoffs, guaranteed first round victory. After that, I don't know, but I'm just saying, KD will move the needle so much. That's moving the needle. Brunson helps us. KD moves that needle so far.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. From right here, right now, from the big dogs.
Yes.
And I know this is what the big dogs are saying. KD's legacy is on the line right here, right now. Yeah, it's on the line, AD, because you couldn't figure it out over there at OKC. You went coattail and got a ring over there in Golden State. Then you left them dudes to come get with this little Caesar part 3 of Planet of the Apes. And he ran you crazy. Now you looking for another team to try to compete against Golden State because Draymond and them getting at you. No, you got to go get you a ring on your own, dude. Go somewhere like the Wizards. Hang out with Bradley Beal. You know what I'm saying? Go do something somewhere else, man. Even if you go to Phoenix and they don't trade Devin Booker and Chris Paul, you still have coattailing, man. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Nobody don't want to see you with a coattail ring and they looking at you. You're supposed to be the best player in the league, dude. Your legacy is on the line right here, right now, with whatever you do, whatever he does.
When you say his legacy is on the line, you're not gonna think he's one of the greatest ball players you've ever seen anymore.
No. I'm not gonna say that he gave me a whole bunch of oohs and ahs throughout his career. But as far as that Rushmore and all that there, being top dogs and all that, nah, ain't no need because you ain't gonna get it for yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But you know what put him up there?
The Warriors, after they beat him, when he should have handled that business, he should have went back and handled that business back then. I think I always felt that way. I respect his game, but he like
you know for yourself. Go ahead, Howard.
He chasing the team. Pardon me, go ahead. My bad, boy. He finished.
Nah, AD, you know for yourself. When he won that ring and went back to back, you know how many people was looking at him and saying blah blah blah, this and that. Golden State didn't need him to win a ring; they were gonna win and blah blah blah. You know that for yourself. If he wanted to secure his legacy, there is no championship ring celebration that it would be bigger than the New York Knicks to win.
Exactly.
He had his opportunity to come here, and he allowed this dude to tell him something different. He could have picked any one of them free agent dudes. No, Jimmy, don't go to Miami. Come with me. You think they was going to tell him, no, I ain't coming? That man chose not to come here, man, to go ride over there. And you talking about bringing him over here now? Come on, man.
He made a mistake. Give a man to fix his mistake.
He didn't make a mistake. He knew what he was doing. Not being a leader.
Jay Boogie, he made a mistake.
How many mistakes?
Jay Boogie, I would forgive him if he was willing to come. I would forgive him.
If he wins a ring right now with Brunson,
if he was willing to come, I can't lie to you.
Hey, boy. Hey, we the same. We both want a ring bad.
I
You got
want
your
to
own
win.
ways. I got my own ways. I feel you. The
Boogie,
Eagles over here,
Boogie,
I'll be cheering with
Boogie.
you, man.
But there's no guarantee
Boogie,
Kevin's going to get you a ring. That's the problem
Right.
with his legacy.
Thank
No,
you, Joe.
no.
And that's why he
Okay.
got to go to a strong contender.
Go to Sacramento or something.
You just gotta
New
be.
York.
I just gotta feel like you're always. See, for me, I just gotta feel like you always trying to win it, and I'm always comparing teams that was in the same situation like us. Now, look at the Timberwolves, right? They got their first sniff of the playoffs since I can't even remember when. Out the gate in free agency. What are we gonna do? This is what we're gonna do. We just solidified Karl Anthony Towns. He needs some help. He doesn't want to be the center, whatever. Here's what we're gonna do. Boom. We're gonna snatch this type of player to put next to Karl Anthony. That is a forward aggressive move for a team that just got their first taste of the playoffs.
Their paint defense is going to be good.
Man, that
their
trash
paint defense
ain't
is going to be good, but is it going to be good enough where they're competing for a championship? And is it going to kill them down the line like a small D'Angelo Russell deal did that got Kuminga on Golden State? Like, is that stuff? Because you give them unprotected picks. That's golden. Utah will probably jumping up and down because it's like Minnesota Timberwolves unprotected picks.
Right. With their young core,
that's why they do business with bad franchises like that. They're like, yeah, I'll take a bad franchise's unprotected
but
picks.
look at their young core. Their young core, they're all 26 and under. They're not looking at what the picks are gonna be and whatever. If they're playing the way they're supposed to play, the picks are supposed to be garbage. They're supposed to be way down in the 20s.
You're totally right, but this is what I'm gonna say about that Rudy Goat dummy. This is what I'm gonna say. Is this here? I watched that man get thrown in a high pick and roll with Terrence Mann. He dropped 38 on him.
Yes.
Yes.
So you're not doing anything with them two dudes, $500 million in the paint for what? Golden State just show you we don't need a big man.
And well, the thing is, if you want to go all defense, like to try to bring in Goldie, but there, what are you doing shipping Pat Bev out in the deal? Pat Bev's your perimeter defender, as much limited offensively. That's the perimeter. Then you have a perimeter defender, interior defender, then it's lethal. But no, you ship out Pat Bev, and now you're looking. It's like, who do they have in the perimeter now?
Talk to him, Joe. I
Pat
love
Bev wanted to be there too. Who wants to be in Minnesota? He wanted to be there, and you're like, nope. As soon as he goes on ESPN and says, I want to be in Minnesota, you're like, all right, get him out of here.
Minnesota got two of the hottest young players in the league. If you don't want to go play with that young boy who's gonna put dudes on a nightly poster, something is wrong with you.
It doesn't sometimes, bro. So look at Damian Lillard, bro. Sometimes, bro, it doesn't matter who you are, it's matter where you're playing. And these are some of these dudes that's known fact that want to go up to play in Minnesota.
No, there's only 30 spots in the league. Tired of telling people this. There's no other NBAs around to go play. See what I'm saying? There's only 30 spots in the league. There's only so many of these super long-term contracts that they're giving out. So, but Minnesota is not a destination to go play? No.
OKC had Kevin Durant and Westbrook, and then they hit a Harden. Couldn't get other people to come. You look at history. Poor Damian Lillard is one of the greatest talents I've ever seen at the point guard position. He can't get nobody. If you're in a very bad market, especially up north, you're not getting nobody no matter who you have. You could put LeBron James and Kevin Durant both traded up in Minnesota. You're not going to recruit anybody else. Well, you might need to, but what I'm saying is if you wanted to recruit, you ain't getting anybody up there because where it is, Minnesota.
That's why these teams is making
And then the organization, too, hasn't been great. The Wolves haven't been good organization either.
Yep. Yo, Paris Douglas said, KD clown us, kick rocks KD. Now, I'm going to counter that by saying, if Cleveland said that to LeBron 7 years ago, where would they be right now? I'm sorry.
Exactly.
He clowned them too.
Exactly.
I'm taking my talents to South
Mic
Beach.
drop. Exactly. Mic drop. Done.
Burn his jersey.
Done.
Because then he comes back, goes, yo, you want me back? They go, you want to bring us a ring? Come on back.
Exactly.
Ring. I'm going to take KD, no matter what he had said about us. As long as he didn't take messing my wife, KD can come back to my house.
But the thing is, KD's never done anything for us. He hasn't played for us yet. LeBron was there. They drafted him. He built up that organization, made them relevant. They went down when he left, and he was going to go home because hometown.
He said, I'm gone. You don't do nothing for me. And he left them stranded.
Yeah, but he still had connections. KD has no connections to us. KD doesn't mean nothing to the Knicks.
Even
nothing.
reason why when he clowned us, he was nobody. It wasn't like your boy clowned you. It was like some cats who don't even know you just go, you guys suck and doesn't come here. So when he comes back, I'm like, okay, now you want to come back to us. Okay, you're going to bring us a ring? It's on the line right now. Your legacy is on the line and your rep's on the line.
You see, Joe, he doesn't mean anything to us. You know why, Joe? The Knicks have not been associated with winning in a very, very long time. Why would he be associated with us?
So clown us or not,
I agree.
I'll take. You can diss me. Yo, look, who did we get? Do you know the Yankees? The Yankees. Which team of the Yankees should never trade for or get a player from? The Red Sox, right?
Yeah, and they got Babe Ruth from there.
And who else? Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
So why would Roger Clemens hate us as much as KD just clowned us? And we still did a deal to bring Clemens to our house. You know what? So I'm sorry. I'm going to take him if you're going to bring us a ring.
He's not going to guarantee us a ring. That's the problem with Kevin Durant. Why do you think he's bouncing out of Brooklyn? He's like, instead of staying and sticking it out like these top players do, he's like, and this is where I give LeBron some bit of criticism because LeBron does the same thing. LeBron knows the 4 and out. It's let me go in, maybe get a ring, but I'll drown the team of assets, and when it gets tough, I'll bounce. KD's doing that, and he's doing it again. He even left the team that was winning because he wasn't happy. He's a guy that's not going to be happy, and he's not going to win with you. You're not going to win. If you drain everything out to get Kevin Durant here, and it's just Kevin Durant, bunch of pieces, we know what's going to happen. Maybe it'd be a first and out exit. So you're not guaranteeing a chip. So are you putting in 3 years? You got putting in everything in the basket for 3 or 4 years of a first and second round exit, and then having nothing for 10 years because you blew everything.
But
he's not. It's different if you're going to guarantee a chip. Kevin Durant doesn't guarantee nobody a chip.
No one is guaranteed. No one is guaranteed no chip, but it's your odds.
We're giving away
but what I'm saying is, you put LeBron James and Steph Curry. LeBron James, Steph Curry, these dudes, you know you're going to be in it. Kevin Durant, you don't even know if you're getting by the first round. That's where I'm saying.
Wait a second, 1 second. Right now.
That's madness. That's madness.
Okay,
that's madness.
Right now.
Hey, God bless y'all guys. I'm going to jump off, man. I'm going to holler back at y'all later on, man. Hey, AD, get my number from Freezy, man, and call me. Want to play some fantasy football this year? What's happening?
Absolutely.
Get my information from Freezy. If you know how to get down and play fan, and I'll explain it to you, man. What I got going on, man.
I know it quite well. Absolutely.
All right, then that's what's up. Bless Joe, my guy, Madden, my man, Smooth. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Be easy, all right?
Take it easy. Have a good weekend, bro.
All right now.
Yo, man. Yo, I'm just saying that we're not selling the farm here. We're giving away 5 first-round picks, and we're giving away Randle and RJ basically if we can trade them for picks, which we can easily do that. That's not selling the farm. Randle and RJ out of this current lineup is not going to cripple us.
No, I'm talking about realistic deal. That's something Brooklyn's not going to do. If you're going to want to race to get the KD sweepstakes, you're going to have to flip RJ and Randle to something else to give to Brooklyn that they're going to want.
That's my plan. My statement was if we can get 2 firsts for RJ and 2 firsts for Randle or any combination of that, and we give away 5 of our current first, we have for the next 2 years 5 of our current first. We'll have 8 first-round picks. That could be a deal that gets us KD, and if that's the deal,
of course. Especially if you're going unprotected. If you're saying you're gonna unprotect these pricks, which has been like, from, if you believe what you've heard from the Knicks, it's been a major thorn for them as far as not wanting to give up unprotected picks.
Yeah, they don't want to give up anything unprotected.
But that's ridiculous, because at some point in time, you're gonna have to. If you're trying to get better. If you're trying to get better, see, this is where we differ. I would have never let DeJounte Murray go for those 3 picks, those 3 whatever. Of course I'm gonna be in. He's 24, he's 23, 24 years old, just about to hit into the not even his prime yet. A player like that is worth it, because you don't know what any of those 3 picks could be. You know what it is to average almost a triple-double in this league? You think any one of these players coming in here in the league here this year or next year, whatever, is a DeJounte Murray off the top? No way. The odds are against it. So why would you not sacrifice some of that future for something like that fits in the mold of also can play defense and can pass? Nah, he's not a 3-point shooter, but okay, so what?
So the picks to me don't matter. I give them up for the right deal. The Brahima with the picks is, once you give up unprotected picks, you're not making any other deals. You can't move any other picks until them picks are they're finished. They were picked. So that's the problem. That's the problem. Once you do unprotected pick, it's like, okay, you give up next year's unprotected. Yeah, it's step-in rule. So every second year, so it'll be next year's 2024, 2026. You can't trade nothing in between. So you need to make sure when you're trading these picks, it's for a slam dunk, knowing you're competing for a championship in the long run. And the problem is, when you're doing that for a deal like Kevin Durant's 3-year window, he doesn't have it where he's going to carry you himself with not a strong roster. So then when that doesn't happen, the picks are gone. You can't bring any other trades. You can't make any other moves.
They have an abundance of
I'm looking
picks,
like a Donovan Mitchell moves makes more sense because he's 25. You'll have him for the next 7-8 years.
Joe, okay, then fine. Then it's Donovan Mitchell, but they have an abundance of picks. And
get rid of them. Get rid of them, but at the right deal. Like Spider's going to be available in the next 12 months. Go get him.
But here's the thing: you want a Donovan. You would want a Donovan Mitchell backcourt with Brunson. Those guys are both of those guys are like 6'1" and under.
Yeah, I know about that too. The timing isn't good because the Knicks just paid Brunson.
Who are you defending with 2 guys that are undersized in your backcourt?
You also look at it this standpoint, is they're both plus defenders for their size. The problem they're not good defenders is because of their size. And you look at what Donovich played beside Mike Conley the majority of his time in Utah. Mike Conley's 6'1", same size as Brunson. They've made the playoffs, but what I'm saying is Brunson's on it. You're going to have Donovan Mitchell for maybe, you bring him in here now, what is he, 25? You probably have him for the next 8-10 years. He's your guy. You have Brunson signed up for 3 with a player option and the money's declining. He's more or less, if he performs, he's opting out of that deal. So you're only locked in for 3 years. Donovan Mitchell, you making that trade, you have him for a decade.
But you still have Brunson. You would have to find a way to get rid of Brunson.
And you would. You would figure out a way to get rid of Brunson down the line. But what I'm saying is you cannot not make the Donovan Mitchell trade when he's right there. The trade that people have been talking about for 2 years. The guy that from New York, the move, Leon's even, like that Leon's probably even waiting for it. He's the guy. You're not going to not make that move and wait 3 or 4 more years for the next dude to come available because of the free agent you signed. The problem is the timing was bad. Utah decided to blow it up just the day after free agency starts when we already made the deal with Brunson. So what I'm saying is you can't hold back on Mitchell just because the Brunson thing. You figure it out.
Right.
but you gotta get Spider if he's there. You can't sit because then you'll be waiting for 4 more years.
So right now you take Spider over KD?
What?
Well,
No.
the KD thing, I'm talking realistic. The KD
No.
thing's not happening.
No, emphatically, no. It's not even worth that. You can't stop it. Stop it.
You will get the KD. KD
Stop
not coming unless they go down and beg on their knees and give him another extension and give up 11 picks and everybody. KD's not coming.
Okay.
And I don't think Dolan want it. Mitchell is where we're at because that thing's going to come at some point within the next 12 months, if not this summer.
Well,
it looks like Utah's ready to clean up.
Yep.
Yeah. Except we live in a New York universe. We're in a New York state of mind, right? But here's the thing. The Miami Heat fans, they live in a Miami state of mind, right? And they got the same rumors about the same players that we talk about. Except the Miami Heat fan base, they're used to winning championships. Knicks fans, we are in talent acquisition mode, and we're selective with the talent we want. Like, we don't want Julius Randle at 20-10-5. We want Obi, right? You know what I'm saying? We don't want Kevin Durant. We want Donovan Mitchell. We want the things that it seems like we can't have. And you know how many championships we got? You know what I'm saying? To equate to that mindset, right? Most Knicks fans are going to say 2, right? But nah, you don't have no 2 championships because most of y'all not 50 years old. The fan base that watch this channel is males between the age of 35 and 45. I know this. I'm a data guy. Y'all know that. Most of the people watching this are males between the age of 35 and 45. And the next group is males between the age of 45 and 55, right? Y'all wasn't alive or was too young to remember those championships, right? Y'all don't have your own championship. You have never been in a... Hey, did y'all read these super chats that was coming through?
Yeah,
anybody,
we did a couple. But
anybody read the super chats that was coming? Huh?
These are draft gurus. These are draft Knicks. They can tell you about. They can tell you about the lottery. Right. You know who's on the AAU circuit.
They can complain about the Melo trade.
That's it. That's what you guys. Your dreams are so small. Your dreams are so small. It's ridiculous.
And just real quick, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, KD can't and won't beat Tatum. Also snatched his heart. What? How many championships does Jason Tatum have? Can somebody tell me that?
I'll wait.
All right, somebody tell me how many championships Jason Tatum has.
Right, 0. Almost has.
And Paris Duggar says, KD clowned us. Kick rocks, KD. I understand where he's coming from. I understand that because that's the way I feel about Kemba. Corey Lee, thank you for the generous contribution. Corey Lee says, Carmelo Anthony, and look what that got us. Right. It got us to the Knicks tape season. Right?
Yes.
Any other trades that you did, what did that get you?
No, I'm not gonna trade for a dude who's 26 years old, just entering his prime. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Right.
I'm not gonna do that. A Hall of Famer. No, I'm not gonna
give up Ronaldo. You giving up Ronaldo, Bachman, Marty Collins, Wilson Chandler, Danilo Gallinari, Ray Felton, and we complaining about getting Melo. What are we doing? What are we doing, y'all?
Every single one of them are hamburgers. Every single one of them. Oh my God!
And not even double burgers. They like the single. They like the 69 cent White Castle burger. Smother the onions where you get more onions than burger. Yeah.
Onions and burger. Onions.
We call them sliders. Nowadays they call them sliders.
Yeah, they call them sliders now. Sliders for Carmelo Anthony. It's Carmelo's fault. The Knicks didn't know what to do with him. It's Carmelo's fault. Some little Asian guy, let me not even go too far. Some little Asian guy comes out of nowhere right, and plays 7 good games, and you ready to run Carmelo out of town.
Out of town, right?
You ready to run him out of town.
And then we have been so inept since that time that every year we review Linsanity.
Yes.
Every year we celebrate Linsanity because we have been so inept over the years. And then we sit here like, no, I don't want Kevin Durant because he hurt my feelings. Really, New Yorkers?
My feelings.
New Yorkers, come on. You got come on. I laugh, I kid, I troll because I'm from Jersey City. You know what I'm saying? I don't have built-in feeling like that. I should, and I don't. You know what I'm saying? People say something, I'll be like, so. You know what I'm saying? I should be more open and all that, but I'm not. I can't help it. Right? My wife tells me that all the time. Like it's raining outside, you don't even care. I'll be like, so what? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Hey, but here's the thing. Let's bring in a voice of reason, right? I want to bring in a voice of reason, right, to settle this thing. CWC, what's good?
What's good, party people? Man, let me tell y'all something, man. Hey, Uncle Freezy, what's good? What's good? Good thing you came in the picture. Okay, we got Army, Marines. What's going on? AD, you still drinking? What's up,
Absolutely.
Joe? Joe, the one with the common sense. Somebody talked about trading RJ and Randle for Dumb and Dumber. What are we talking about here? These guys is clown. You see what they did to Brooklyn? You seen that? So we're gonna tell them to come to the Nets, and they're gonna do the same thing. Come on, man! It seems like 3 people want to quit fit. They not worried about our future.
Tell them,
but you know what it is?
I ain't seen no championship. Hey, Uncle Freezy, you only saw 1 championship, right?
No.
Oh, you there?
No. Hey, no.
I thought you saw it in the 70s.
Yeah, CWC, I was a baby during those 2 championships, bro. I was a baby. I was dope my championship. I keep telling y'all.
Gaga.
Yeah, I was a baby during them championships, bro. Those are my uncles' them championships. Those ain't mine. I don't have a chip of my own. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All
right.
Those are the ones they will send you to get the beer. They will send you to get the beer while you were still in diapers.
But Uncle Freeze, y'all feel me though? Why would you want Kyrie and Durant? And they're going to do the same thing in New York Knicks. Brooklyn, the organization, they ain't do nothing to Kevin Durant or Kyrie.
So first of all, let me start by let me bring you up to speed with my thoughts. So my thought is I'm not trading for KD and Kyrie. I never said trade for KD and Kyrie. What I'm saying is New Yorkers don't have the right to turn their nose up at talent. Don't say you're in talent acquisition mode, and then when talent comes available, you turn your nose up. Because for one, Steve Nash does not have a pedigree as a coach, and Sean Marks, the team president in Brooklyn, does not have a pedigree of championship winning. However, the dudes that they are complaining about, Kevin Durant is a 2-time NBA champion. The dude they complain about, Kyrie Irving, is a 1-time NBA champion, right? And so when they go there to say, hey, when we won championships, things went like this, and y'all turn up y'all nose, that's not an indictment on the dudes that actually held the Larry O'Brien trophy. That's an indictment of dudes that think they smarter than everybody in the room. Dudes that think they smarter than everybody that have exactly. AD, you read my mind. You read my mind, bro.
Who's never done it.
They complaining about dudes that have done it, that are trying to show them how to do it, and they don't want to listen because they the boss. Anybody ever had a boss that thought he was smarter or better than you at your job?
At your job.
Yeah.
And he ain't never done it.
And he ain't never done it.
And he
didn't do it in 20 years.
Right. And he like, listen, man. Hey, Uncle Freezy, I got to talk to you about the job, but the presentation you did to this group over here. The sales we expected were not as high as the sales that we got, right? And I'm like, hold on, partner. These people came in here, they weren't gonna buy nothing. They only took the meeting as a courtesy, and I talked them into buying something over the next 4 years. But we wanted them to be customers over the next 5 years. Well, really, if it was that easy, why didn't you do it? Right?
Exactly.
So, had you ever been in that situation when your boss know more than you? But not really.
More than me. Man,
but not really.
I had a boss came in. I was in a tech company. This guy came in from a failed real estate company.
Right.
And they made him a VP. And he came and he
they made him the what?
And he got on the phone once. Say, "Let me grab."
They made him the what? Song? They made him the VP.
The title. It was a title. He's coming from a VP. Man, the cat said, "Yo, let me take this call and handle this business call."
Right.
Every second he went, 1 second. Hey, can you? What's the answer to that question? And I read him the answers, and I'm like, dude, how do you?
What are you even here for?
You can handle the business, man.
Right.
Hold on, Uncle Freezy, I'm gonna get you. Okay, you say Steve Nash don't have no coaching experience. You're right. But who wanted Steve Nash? Dumb and Dumber. They wanted him to coach. The organization, Brooklyn organization, had nothing to do with that. They signed them because that's who they want.
Wait. Hold on. You can't say both at the same time. You said they had nothing to do with it and they signed them.
But
those two things contradict each other off the rip. They contradict each other off the rip. Right? You can't CWC.
No. What I'm saying, the organization been by KD and Kyrie's side. So they're like, okay, y'all our guys. So we're gonna get who y'all want. That's what I'm trying to say. So
but see, that's an indictment too on the organization.
The organization knows Steve Nash ain't had no coach experience, but that's who KD and Kyrie want.
How many championships has the Rochester, New York, New Jersey, Brooklyn Nets won? How many championships?
10.
Okay, yeah. Right. So here's my point is you have two dudes, and not just them, but it's a group. It's the KD group. It's Patty Mills, it's KD, it's Kyrie. All these dudes that won championships come to Brooklyn because Brooklyn is a clean slate. They go there so that they can build Brooklyn up into something, and then when the building starts, these dudes shift gears and do stuff like trade for James Harden.
Exactly.
But didn't KD and Kyrie want him? Wouldn't they have pushed that? As soon as James wanted out, they were like, yo, bring him.
No. The writing was on the wall from the rip. They was like, yo, they press conferences. They was like, yo, we don't know what James gonna play at. Like, think about when you hear a player say, well, we don't know where he gonna play at. Right. And
but didn't Kyrie come out with like, I'll step aside and give James the ball, like he's going to be the point guard, I'm going to be off ball.
That was like 3 weeks later after one of them was injured and James Harden was doing the ball the playmaking anyway.
The three of them never bought into. The three of them played together like a couple of pickup games in the past, and they let their shit talking come to reality.
Freezy.
Like, yo, it could be nice.
Freezy, can I tell a quick story? So I used to work for a company called Thomson Reuters, right? Shout out to them. Yeah, Thomson Reuters. And they used to have a basketball team. And we were like, we had a team, and then we would get in the elevator. We were gonna like next year we're gonna play it like. Next year, we're going to play in another team. And we got in the elevator, and we were like, yeah, how are we going to, we used to play in Chelsea Piers. So we got in the elevator, and this dude got on, and he was like, oh, you got a basketball team. Oh, that's cool. Can I get in? I was like, cool. Give me your extension. You play with Thomson Reuters? Cool. You could play. Come to find out, it was fucking pause. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to curse, but it was Kyrie's dad's. It was Kyrie's dad. He wanted to play with us. And then when they showed videos, I was like, oh my God, this guy wanted to play with us in the corporate, basketball team. It was Kyrie's dad. And I worked with him. He was on my floor. Like, I'm just telling you right now, it was Kyrie's dad, worked with me, wanted to play on my basketball team, and he never got on. So, true story. True story.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
It's what I was getting at, man, is shout out to. So I got a boss now, man. I'm not throwing no shade at him, right? What I'm saying is in previous stops, right? In previous stop, like they bring you in, you know how you go into the interview, they like, yeah, Uncle Freezy, you know, this position might become available. We want to see if you're interested. This is what, and I go in, I'm like, how many hours we talking about? They're like, really? How many hours? Probably about 50, 55. What we telling people? Maybe 42 to 48. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready. You know, I got high school kids. At the time, it's like, yeah, I got high school kids, you know what I'm saying, that need me around the house. Are they like, well, come on, I'll tell you what we do. We'll bring in a temp, like an assistant to do like the manual stuff, and then that way it'll shave some hours off of, you know, I'm like, okay, all right. So I get the thing, and as soon as I get there, the dude is telling me what to do. Like, Uncle Freezy, I wouldn't be that comfortable like that with the customer because they might think they might not want to pay us. I'm like, hold on, partner. Hold on. That's not how this thing works. You know what I'm saying? I'm good at what I do. I know this. And this is the reason why you asked me before you posted the job. Right? And so, hold on. Let me bring Bo in. Wait a minute. All right. Hey, Bo, that's you, right?
yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm kicking the other one out. All right. So I kicked the other thing. Okay. So when I get there, and I'm like, well, and I asked, I'm straight up like, it's Friday afternoon. They outside smoking cigarettes and stuff, man. I'm getting in the truck about to go. I'm like, man, listen, if you wanted to do it your way, why didn't you just get somebody brand new and teach them your way, or you do the job yourself instead of trying to coach me up when you know I'm already good at this? And he was like, but we knew you were good at it. Exactly. If you know I'm good at it, then why are you trying to come out here and overcoach me? And it's the same thing that KD and Kyrie were doing with Steve Nash. These dudes won NBA championships on the floor. Guess how many championships Steve Nash won on the floor? 0.
No.
0. When you Steve Nash, you're a Hall of Fame point guard, but guess who else is a Hall of Fame point guard? Kyrie Irving.
Yep, facts. Yep.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, some people you just want to give them a uniform and have them show up to the game, like Bo Jackson, like Bo Jackson. You don't get Bo Jackson and then be like trying to teach Bo Jackson how to run a football. You just make sure he show up to the game healthy. and like if you coaching Wilt Chamberlain, Sarge, if you coaching Wilt Chamberlain, you don't want to be overcoaching Wilt. You want to just make sure that Wilt show up to the game healthy.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, that, I'm saying you like Kareem was talking about Shaq hitting free throws. Kareem, I understand that you're all-time great in the NBA, all-time leading scorer. But you don't have to overcoach Shaq. That's Shaquille O'Neal we talking about. You know what I'm saying? You just want to make sure Shaq jersey clean. That's all. That's all you need. Make sure Shaq got a jersey for the game, right?
And he got enough hamburgers and enough hamburgers and fries in the locker room.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm getting at is people complaining about KD and Kyrie in Brooklyn, and I get it. I understand where they're coming from, right? But listen, certain players, you don't need all of that, bro. Just give them the ball and get out the way. Ain't nothing worse than an overbearing boss that ain't never done it. You know what I'm saying? Your boss ain't no NBA champion point guard.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Hey, Uncle Freezy, let me ask you a question. Okay, say we get KD and Kyrie, right?
No,
right?
No, CWC, I don't answer questions. I don't answer questions like that.
No, come on, Uncle Freezy. All right, one time. Just one time.
No, you got a point. State your point. You got a point.
All right. Okay, if we say we get Kyrie and KD on the Knicks, right? Now, what happened if they pulled that stunt what they did in Brooklyn? What would you say as a fan? Oh, okay, Marine or AD. Y'all can answer that too. Since Uncle Freezy don't want to answer my question. It's okay.
Yeah, man. What stunt are you talking about? You're talking about what? What the
what I'm saying, what happened? No, what I'm saying,
the pandemic on them?
No, what I'm saying, if KD and Kyrie was on the New York Knicks, if they pulled the stunt what they did in Brooklyn, what would y'all do? What would y'all say?
Well, we're not getting KD and Kyrie on the Knicks.
Right.
So,
oh my God.
No.
And what's stunt?
You know what I'm talking about, right, Marie?
Okay, I know. It's hypothetical.
Thanks.
First of all, it's so hypothetical because I would never get Kyrie. I don't want Kyrie. I don't want KD. But if those cats were on our team, you know what I'm going to do? Guess I'm actually going to hold them to the contract. I'm going to hold them to their contract. I'm not going to trade them. I'm going to be like, you want to play, you play. You don't want to play, I'm not trading you. If I do trade them, I'm sending them to the worst possible place they can find.
No, Sarge, you wouldn't have done that, Sarge. No, you wouldn't have done that, Sarge. You know why? You wouldn't have done that, Sarge. You know why, Sarge? You know why, Sarge? Because you look like a man that's used to good things, that's used to handling fine dining and going to top places and things of that nature. So you already know when you get in a relationship with divas, you already know how you're gonna handle a diva. I can't understand these folks when they're talking about superstar players. You think you call KD to the office and tell him, yo, there's a meeting tomorrow morning, be there at 10 o'clock in the morning? No.
Good point. True.
It doesn't work like that. You're lucky if he's even giving you a virtual.
First of all, KD lucky he got rings, 2 rings. He lucky. If it wasn't for Curry and the Golden State Warriors, come on, man, come on. Why he? Hold on. If he's so talented, why he didn't win a ring with Oklahoma? Why he didn't win a ring with Oklahoma?
Didn't they just lose the year before? That's the reason why they went and got Kyrie. Didn't they lose to Cleveland in the NBA Finals?
Hold on. Didn't Oklahoma lose to Miami Heat with LeBron James?
CWC, hold on for a second. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Talent is important, but not if they're sellouts. Thank you for that, Paris Duggar. And Paris Duggar also says nothing worse than old desperate fools. Shame on you. What? No, come on, man. No. That's what I'm saying. You see how the narrative changed. Even if you say, even when you say, I'm not looking to get KD and Kyrie,
right?
But you can't thumb your nose up at talent. People will take your words and twist them.
Exactly. We're arguing over 30-point scorers. Like what are we talking about? Like you can't argue over 30-point score. Like KD is a 30-point scorer. He's a 37-5 player. Like he's a superstar. They
come along once every 20 years. Dudes like KD come along once every 20 years.
What are we talking about?
Okay. Y'all saying all of that, but what's going on in Brooklyn? What's going on in Brooklyn? Y'all saying all of that. What's going on in Brooklyn?
He wants to leave. Like
why he want to leave? Because he can't handle the pressure of New York.
That's not New York, and that's the dysfunction of their organization too. It goes both ways.
Here's what's going on in Brooklyn. The worth of the organization when it was in New Jersey was 25th. Today is 4th. That's what's going on in Brooklyn. You went from being the 25th most valuable franchise to the 4th most valuable franchise.
Okay.
Right?
And how quickly are you going to go in any other direction?
Go back down.
Right. As soon as KD and Kyrie leave, you can bet. Now, Barclays Center is a beautiful place, bro. It's a beautiful place. But Barclays, you can't fill Barclays Center up with air. You know what I'm saying? You can't fill it up with air, bro. Ain't nobody going there.
In their best playoff games, they can barely fill a 12 30,000 seat arena.
Yeah, but let's not hate on KD as a player. He's a 37-4 player. He's a superstar. He's a super max player, right? He wants to go. He wants to leave. That's fine, right? So he went to the Nets. As a Knicks fan, I love this, right? So he wants to leave. Let him leave. He wants to go to the wherever. That's fine. As a Knicks fan, I love this. Let him go. But you can't deny his talent. But if he came to the Knicks, I would take him. But
right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
But hey, y'all, let me do this real quick.
31 years old. Let him go. So
let me do this real quick. Hey, y'all. So going forward, when the super chats are over, just make sure the super chats have priority, right? You know what I'm saying? Because we got plenty of time to. What's today? So it's Friday. It's Friday night.
Yep, Friday.
God dog it! I gotta work. I gotta go to work at 10 o'clock, man. And I've been up all day. Hey, did you see while y'all was talking? I painted the room. Did y'all see that?
Oh, snap.
While y'all was talking, I had y'all pumping, man. I just painted the room while y'all was talking. Bro, this energy is crazy, bro. I do this right here, bro. like when y'all remember the room was that coffee brown, that light mocha light color. Yeah, I just painted the room while y'all was going at it.
Energy is crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, hey bro. I do this, bro. I can't help it. You know what I'm saying? But and then I'm gonna try to get some curtains for this window over here and turn the computer and all that stuff because I watch other channels, man. Their backgrounds be so nice. And I was like, I got teddy bears in the back.
Freezy, I just want to say, I don't know how you do it, dude. Like you hit like the morning and you hit like I come on when I go to work, you're on. And then at night you're on. I'm like, how does this guy like the energy? Like it's crazy. Like I don't know. Like I just want to commend you for
yes,
just
sir.
Yeah. And then you have like those I'm a graphic designer, so you have those intros.
Right.
I was like. Mm-hmm. You know, you're like, oh, hold on 1 second, and you hit the intro.
Oh.
I'm like who does that? You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, man, that's what I'm doing. Like sometimes I'll disappear. Like if CWC go on a tangent, I'm like, hold on, let me, and I whip something up.
I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah. So I'm a graphic designer by art. You know, I graduated, with a degree in graphic design. So, like, that's what I do for a living. So I've worked with Method Man, Redman. If you look at my stuff on Instagram, it's Burry Rivals. I've done tons of stuff. So that's what I do.
Hey, yo, put the link in the chat. That's what I'm saying. Like put the link in the chat so we can check it out.
Yeah,
but with that said though, I gotta get out of here because I gotta get dressed again.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarge, I gotta go put on.
Yeah, but Paris Tucker want to talk about how old he is, real quick.
Yeah, Paris Tucker said, he said I'm older than y'all. Y'all sound ridiculous, but what it is what we're taking is being twisted into a narrative. What we're saying is of course we want to continue on the path that we're on. But if it comes to a point where we get KD and Kyrie, I'm not mad. Right?
No,
that's all we said. But anyway, let me get out of here so I can watch this paint off.
Plus, Queen's Court is on. Queen's Court is on right now, by the way. The Queen. The Queen is on right now. So.
Oh yeah, you know what? I should go pop up over there.
Yeah, I should pop over there, man.
Yeah, hey, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through, man, and hanging out.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna kill it right now, and then I'm gonna see if Queen will let me on for a few seconds, and then I'm gonna go wash up, and then I don't even like this paint right here. This is supposed to be moody blue. That looks like a dark gray, right?
No. I got the blue. I see the blue in there.
Nah, it looks black.
Yeah, it's supposed to be moody blue. I don't know. Maybe I gotta get the lighting right. Maybe I gotta
looks duty blue. It looks duty blue.
Duty blue. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here, man.
Breezy.
Make sure y'all check out For the Love of the Game at 9:00, right? And make sure y'all jump back on what's tomorrow, Saturday?
Yeah.
So we might have Saturday morning. I don't know. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. Hey man, y'all have a good night. I'll holler at y'all later.
Thank you,
Peace,
Freezy.
Breezy.